Oh, hi. How are we doing? Yo. I won't delay this one too much. Hang on. I gotta show you guys something, though. Wait, is this right? Yeah! Hey, what's going on? All right. Here, that's too quiet. I think it's so quiet on my end, and then like I watch the streams, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I can't hear shit. Go. Watch, we're gonna get like copyright claims so quick. Hey, everybody. The Rookie Crook deck looks sick. I know, right? Hey. Right. Well, oh shit, you can't see it. Okay. Well, it looks cool on social media. Okay. I'll wait. I don't think I've still got that camera on it. Oh well, you know, it's cool. I like it. Okay, never mind. All right, I can't show you here. You may use the Rookie Kirk from Magic the Gathering sleeves. I'll look into it because I think manufacturing on that. That is kind of sick as an idea. Yeah. Okay. So you're on hour 40 with 2 hours of sleep. Jesus Christ, dude. Get some sleep, man. Have a good night, Krieg. Yeah, go sleep. Go sleep. Vol will be here tomorrow. You might not be if you don't sleep. Dragon Chill does custom sleeves. Yeah, but it's different for like mass production. Like if I was gonna do that, I would need to make sure that like, you know, I'm able to get in a custom order, and like I'd like to get it cheaper so that I can actually like make some cash off of it. Would be like, yeah. But okay. Had some cool stuff happen in the last couple days. This is what I've been busy on, and then I have got a couple other gigs that are cropping up that I'm gonna have to take care of, and I don't feel really great taking care of those on stream, so that's why streams have been, yeah, but so we have this came in the other day from Fernando Salvatierra. Turn that down. So this came in the other day from Fernando Salvatierra. So what this document is some of you all might instantly recognize it. This is my interpretation of, come on, rotate, spread view clockwise. This is my interpretation of White Plume Mountain, made system neutral. And there's a lot of changes that have gone on this one that I am really stoked to see what people think whenever they get it in their hands. A couple things with this one. So, like, hey, we all know White Plume Mountain is a thing that I think, according to what I've heard, it's not, like, registered as a part of the IP, but it's known to be, like, a thing that, like, they have a product that bears the name. So as long as it's like named something different and the stuff that is within it is not expressed for the exact same system, then according to what I understand, it should be defensible to make something like this that is a system neutral port. So we're gonna see. And like, I don't know, if someday a Pinkerton comes knocking at my door and I suddenly get a cease and desist, I think we get our answer for what this would be, right? Whether or not you could legally do something like this. But in terms of what all is going in on this, these are brand new art assets, right? So brand new art assets, a brand new map is getting made that is also not the same representation of the map that Wizards of the Coast has done. Number one, not only is it black and white, it's a lot clearer for whenever you use this for VTT. Number two, there are a lot of elements to this that are different from what happened with the Wizards of the Coast version. So basically, there's a lot of stuff that I did on this one that I wouldn't want to just one-for-one duplicate what happened with the original White Plume Mountain, because I personally think there's a lot of things that were in this that are just painfully overwritten, and kind of don't really fit with like modern design standards. I'll probably be doing a video on like my thoughts with this one as well. How many other old school adventures could this apply to? There's ones that would use a good vagabondification. Well, you asked that, which is kind of funny because I've gone through and collected a couple. So I don't know. I don't really know. I've got Keep on the Borderlands right here. I've also got Palace of the Silver Princess, The Lost City. I have Ravenloft, The Veiled Society, Against the Cult of the Reptile God, Tomb of Horrors, Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, Isle of Dread, Castle Amber, Journey to the Rock, Horror on the Hill, Temple of the Frog, Beyond the Crystal Cave. I've got a couple, so I don't know. What I'm kind of thinking of is I would like to see what happens here. Part of this is I think there's a lot of people who really do like the idea of playing these like older adventures and stuff, but the problem is they're not really well put together. They were still trying to figure out the format for how they would want this stuff expressed, and like this was kind of my hang up with the way that Wizards of the Coast has been doing their ports. They're doing 1-for-1 ports because I think they're a little bit worried that some of the old heads might not like that they clean some stuff up. But there's a lot of stuff that needs to get cleaned up with these old adventures. And this isn't like a censorship thing or anything like that. It's more a matter of they're overwritten. And we can express a lot of the stuff that's in there a lot more cleanly. What do I mean by that? So let's move forward. There are a lot of the kind of modern standards of how these should be written that we can express these rooms a lot more cleanly. And what I'll show you is like we can highlight aspects of these rooms. Aha, here we go. If you've read adventures that I've written for Vagabond, a lot of this format will probably look really familiar. I tried to break down what was in the rooms by the exact elements. And in some cases, if you're familiar with like White Plume Mountain, you would know, or probably from seeing this right here, you'd know that what I'm doing here is combining a lot of the numbered elements of the dungeon into a singular area, right? So like in this area right here, the intersection, this is about, I want to say 6 different elements of the dungeon compacted into this one area right here. So the thought was if it's like visible from where they're standing, then like maybe it's a thing that they could interact with instead of labeling each individual element, right? This has got the stat block right here presented on the page, not referenced in a monster manual somewhere else, right? All the stuff that they need in order to run this adventure should be presented on each individual page. Every time that this is going to come up, you'll see, okay, well, there's a specific monster here. Cool. Well, that monster stat block should be, oh yeah, this needs to be a 12. That monster stat block should be present on the same spread. And this presentation goes in to further differentiate the game expression between what Wizards of the Coast is doing with 5e and what I'm talking about doing with like Vagabond. There's also, if you're interested in like checking out stuff like this, you should check out the Bastardized Classics, Micah Anderson, and I want to say, oh crap, I'm forgetting the other guy's name. So let me pull this up over here. This is what they did for Bastards with the same adventure. So this is Peak of Woe. This is another version of White Plume Mountain. And what they did here was they presented everything as a point crawl, right? So yeah, written by John Davis, layout Matthew Morris, editor Micah Anderson, Hodag RPG, who's actually doing some work for Vagabond, and then public domain, so they put dead folks, right? And here's the random encounters, right? Everything is essentially presented like an overview of what the dungeon would be, and it's only giving you the specific information where it's absolutely necessary. I love this format for writing adventures, although I do think that with Bastards, they reel it back a little bit too far. I would still want some more meat going on than kind of what they have in here. And I think that the lack of a mini map, I know that they're going with a point crawl, but like I would love personally more of the mini map style thing, right? Kind of like what we see with like Merkborg or old school Essentials Adventures. So that's what I'm leaning into with this. And what you'll see here is like I'm presenting the mini maps in the same way that we do with Merkborg. So you're going to see the various maps all throughout the book. It's going to be section by section. This is another big bother for me about what Wizards of the Coast doesn't do, is like they just kind of tell you 14 pages in, here's this one area thing right here. Please remember where that is on the map and make sure that you don't lose your spot. And for more of the old school stuff, they're more rooted in showing you point for point exactly what they're talking about. Is Invisible Stalker back in this version, or is it still the Water Elemental? Wait, did they get rid of an Invisible Stalker? Veiled Society, please. Caves of Carnage, please. I'll look into it. Veiled Society, Caves of Carnage. Caves of Carnage. Oh, that was B6. Do they have that over on Drive-Thru RPG? I'm going to see. Question Beast will love this map. So I'll tell you what, personally, here's my thing. I can't stand going back into colored maps. If I'm using this as a GM, I just want to know like what's in the room. Give me that with the description super quick. And if I need to see it, I need to see black and white. Need to review some Vagabond module. I'll send Ben a copy for sure. So what this is, it's like I said, I was trying to clean this up and present the information in a way that was like, okay, here's practically what you need to know, right? I was trying to edit down a lot of what was present in the old version because I can't help it. It kind of, if Wizards of the Coast isn't going to like really work on some of the older stuff and represent it in a way that feels like, okay, well, yeah, there's people that want to play the old school stuff. I mean, like people are going to take that into their own hands anyways, right? Tin Pin Wet Dreams. Yeah. I just talked to him the other day, actually. Yeah, once I get that all printed and everything, I'll be sure to send a copy out. There's a couple people I've got on a list I'd like to get copies out to. So there we go. All right. But you'll see going through here, this has been really cool to do. And it's one of the things that I would like to tell people, like, hey, if you want to support this, like if you really think that this has merit, I'm going to tell people like one of the best ways that you can help me to make more of this is to support me over on Patreon. The budget that I put into this book right here, and I'm not going to even think about time put into that, right? But what it took me to like put this one together, get the artist, if I wanted to get more illustrations, it would be more cash, but I would say I could do one of these with about $1,000. And if I can do that on a loop where it's like, okay, every 3 months we can look at doing one of these ports like this, I would love to. I love a lot of this old stuff. If there's like legendary dungeons like this one, I mean, dude, White Plume Mountain, this dungeon is sick. This dungeon is super, super cool. It needed cleaning up really bad. Now, yeah, just that I'm going to sit in Wet Dreams, yeah. The other thing, some people have been asking about this. I'm probably going to move this table here over into the Vagabond core rulebook because So one of the ways that we write system neutral stuff and write a lot of system neutral stat blocks is we rely on two things to kind of let people know what we're talking about generally. We rely on, number one, that people know that if they buy a system neutral thing, it's most likely going to require a little bit of conversion. They're going to have to know what some numbers mean in order for them to like take that thing and put it in the system of their choice. One of these ways is we do like as armor, right? So whenever we're listing armor in a supplement or something, we're not going to say a specific number. We're going to say something like as leather or as unarmored or as plate, as chain, right? I'm seeing it happen less and less that people are using Splint or plus shield at all. I did see in the Gardens of Yen, ENnie, I think it was ENnie Allen, right? I have her name right? Yes, ENnie Allen. She was using plus shield. Charles Ferguson Avery is another guy I'd have to hit up because he was using in Vast in the Dark. I think it was pretty rare that he did the plus shield. But this is a way that we can say, okay, so you know in your system what this does to your armor class, apply that, right? So if I see it's as hide, okay, I know that in 5e that means 12 plus dex, max plus 2 to the modifier, right? I know in descending armor class systems like old school essentials or basic expert, that's going to be a 6, okay? In ascending armor class systems, it's going to be a 13. In a damage reduction die system like Merkborg, it's going to be a D2. And then in a system like Vagabond or Into the Odd, where it's mitigation, that's going to be a 1, right? Does this make sense? You never seen Splint before? What does that mean? What? Splint? Splint is also in a weird spot, and I think this is a reason why a lot of people don't use it. In some systems, Splint is heavier than Plate, and in others it's not. So I think people don't really use Splint because it's like, it has this little hiccup where it could mean more in one system than it does in another. And yeah, so for the most part, I think they're relying on leather, chain, and plate. Those are the 3 that they try to stick to. And they try to do like leather plus shield, chain plus shield, plate plus shield, right? So I wanted to present this, and I'll probably be doing this in an appendix in Vagabond where I'm like, hey, if you're reading another thing that's like system neutral, here's what this stuff means, do the layout. And I also want to ask, I actually just saw Charles Ferguson Avery is following me now over on socials. So I'm probably going to hit up him and be like, hey, do you kind of agree on this chart? Like, what's your overall read on it? What's Vast in the Dark? You don't think you've seen me show that one before? I want to do a whole ass video on this because it's one of the only campaign settings I've been like, I am stoked to try and do something like this. So think about mitigation reminds you of damage reduction from the Black Sword hack by Mary Mushman. Yes. Yep. Black Sword hack does the same thing. So what Vast in the Dark is it is like a liminal fantasy type of world. It's by Charles Ferguson Avery and Feral Indie Studios. And what Vast in the Dark is, it's like a whole campaign setting, and it's system neutral. But the idea is in Vast in the Dark that you are a wanderer in this like massive, expansive mega structure. And it's very like liminal fantasy style. Kind of like there's a manga out there called Blame that is like a huge inspiration on it. So just think like massive mega structures, deserted kind of big open liminal spaces, not like the back rooms, couches and like yellow furniture or yellow wallpaper, just kind of like big massive hyperstructures, right? There's these huge pillars that just seem to expand out into the sky forever and go down as far as you can see. They're all like made out of lodestone, yada, 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 right? Like this is a very interesting idea. Josiah over at Dungeon Dad, actually, he's been writing stuff for it too. But yeah, we've talked about like, this is such a fucking cool, it's such a fucking cool idea and setting. I would love to see Vast in the Dark turn into like its own standalone book. And also from Charles Ferguson Avery, where is this one? I probably got it buried over here somewhere. Hang on. I just like destroyed. Okay. Also from him. Go. Oh, fuck. Was that my speaker? Hang on. Oh, shit. That was my speaker. Yada-da-da. Right? Into the Weird and the Wild. This is more of a kind of like dark horror, like wilderness, like primal, the beasts are out and you're hunting shit in the dark. It's very survivalist, wilderness fantasy, I guess is what we would say. Kind of like druidic, pagan, occult style vibes. Same dude, more of that like kind of creepy fantasy vibe that I'm like super into. But this is another reason why I'm like, dude, I think System Neutral just has the coolest and most creative shit going for it right now in the entire TTRPG scene. Very cool art in the Weird and the Wild. Yeah, that's all Charles Ferguson Avery. Yeah, he's a illustrator and writer. So, yeah. Into the Sesson Citadel. Yeah, and also Ave Knox. So he's also working on a version of a... What is it? I think his next release is going to be a Labyrinth. So more of the Backrooms vibe for fantasy. So, yeah. I really dig a lot of the stuff that Charles Ferguson Avery is making. Pulp ancient horror, like ancient ruins that don't seem to be crafted by... Yeah. Or that do, right? Like, if they're just huge structures, and it's like, why is this here? This is too big to be made by humans. We would have seen this before. There's a book, if you're at all interested into this genre, you should check out the book Piranesi by Susanna Clark. Piranesi is... I'm not kidding. Whenever I got that book, it got home in the mail. I started reading it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't stop reading it until 7 o'clock the next morning, and I read the entire thing. I read 260 pages or whatever that was within 12 hours. It is one of the best books I've ever read. Piranesi, go check it out. Very highly recommend it. Here, I'll just type it in chat. Piranesi. Boom. Oh, shit. I've got to sign in over here. Here it is. There you go. Have I ever ran Tomb of Black Sand? Funny you say that. It just came in the other day, but no, I have not. I haven't had it for long enough to actually sit down with it yet. Oh, shit. Where is it? I have that book somewhere. Tomb of Black Sand. Oh. Boom. Yeah, I got it. I just haven't been able to sit down with it yet. It looks kind of classic. You know, dungeon crawler romp. I'm here for it. I just haven't been able to get through it yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix my desk later. You want to run it with Vagabond? I would love to. And it won't be super hard to or anything like that. It's just, I know that it's written for 5e, and I would love a basic expert version of it. Okay, so showing you guys, though, kind of going further in, right? These are conversion numbers, at least for the way that you would be doing saving throws using this material, right? Using modern systems like 5e or Pathfinder with this module uses that blocks for those respective systems bestiary. I put that in there because there's just some cases where I'm going to let you know, like, hey, like, the damage structures aren't going to be identical. I give you some ways that you can convert it kind of quick, but it's still going to be more mature than if you had just looked it up in that respective systems. Yeah. And whether or not it's going to wind up being balanced, honestly, in 5e, it doesn't really super matter. Especially if we're saying that this is a mid-level adventure. Numbers get so wonky there that it's like, meh. With Pathfinder, the math is still a little bit overblown, but it's a bit tighter than it is in 5e. So, like, yeah. But, kind of moving on from there, this tells you also how to use different things for attacks, what to do about hit points, all that stuff. So this is supposed to be the system neutral guide to be running this with Vagabond. Or, I mean, any system you'd like to. The book itself, The Tomb of Black Sand, is an adventure created for use with contemporary tabletop role-playing games, yet deeply rooted in old-school RPG design sensibilities. Yes, but the thing that I would need to know, like looking at Tomb of Black Sand, I can tell you by looking at one stat block whether or not it is the right Okay, so the hit points are 45. Yeah, no, the damage structure's 5e. Yeah, it lists AC. They could make this system neutral really cake. Yeah, the damage structure is 5e. I mean, you could run it with old school, but like, it's gonna beat the fuck out of the PCs. Hey, how's it going, Kevin? Good. What is this, Reddit? Yeah, like, you'd have to do things like remove the modifiers from the damage calculations in order for that to really work. And then you're still probably running into enemies that are going to hit harder than they would in a BX damage structure system. Dark Souls playthrough using Zimmer's candle from Hardcore 5e. What? I have no idea. Now, this is just showing you guys kind of like what I've been working on here with this. I've been a busy bee. So like that's what I never fucking say that word. Why did I say busy bee? I'm just gonna let that sit. Now I'm bothered by that. So this is what I've been working on. The next thing I got is all right. Just so you all know what the shit I've been doing. I have for the last 5 days, 6 days. Is the program you use worth the price / risk of a virus? I mean, it is for me because this is how I make all my income. So it's, yeah. Now, I've only gotten up to the primordials, and I need to go back and double check some things. But, for the last 4 or 5 days, I've been going through the entire bestiary and recalculating threat levels for everything. So there is a new calculation being used for threat levels. And is this going to be accurate? No. And people are going to have to be cool with that. This threat level is always going to be a rough estimation. And one of the things I'm going to encourage people that are going to be playing Vagabond is to let go of a lot of the 5e ideas to what it means to encounter build and just kind of let things roll, right? You're not going to run into a lot of situations where damage has to ramp every single level. Early level characters we can most likely expect that 4.5 damage is going to hit pretty hard, or like it's going to feel like a hit for most characters all the way up until about 5th level. Well, maybe like about 4th level, right? And then once they get to 4th level, if we're talking about 9 damage, okay, that's starting to hit pretty hard, right? It still escalates up, but I tried to figure out a way that the damage numbers would slowly, like the gradient would make sense over the levels, not something that is going to be exact. Another one, what? Another equation? If it's any different from the last one, then no. So what I'm going to tell people is like, this is a ballpark, and encounters are not a perfect science. So whenever it comes to this can give you a rough estimation, and we're going to do what we can. But I'm going to also say this should not be looked at as gospel, ever, ever, ever. Do not look at this and immediately think, if I build my encounters like this, it is a perfect encounter. I've seen where people have that kind of a mindset, and it's not the way OSR games work. These are a rough estimation for what we can expect the kind of overall challenge to be. You've just been using Shadowdark or OSE monsters with Vagabond. It worked pretty well. Yeah, because the damage structures are really, really similar. Shadowdark still hits a little bit harder. Ish. It kind of depends. And I still think that with OSE, like, a lot of the monsters are based off of OSE. But OSE monsters still do some things that are atypical for Vagabond. The number one thing being insta-death. Insta-death is just a thing for me that never really felt great with playing old school games. I was always like, oh, well, fuck, then that's okay. Like, all I did was interact with the world and suddenly I'm punished for it, you know? And not in a way that was, like, clever or interesting. It was just like, no, from a result of you being in this room right now, you're dead, and so are your party members. And that's just, I think, shitty design. I think shitty design in terms of, like, a dungeon room, right? Not OSE or anything like that. It's that if I see a room that's like that, it's just obnoxious. And I'm like, that's, no. You posted a pic of Zimmer's candle in your YouTube server, and this solves insta-death? What? What? There should be a constant companion to players in hardcore mode without a way to learn from death, though. It's not as useful storytelling tool, but can be done. Cache of Resurrection scrolls. Probably easy necromancy, not exactly. The Great Wizard of Westburg, Zimmer the Old, grants a gift to heroes early in their adventures, a single flickering candle. This magical candle's flame has the power to capture an instant in time and space to keep it burning bright. The heroes can then return to an instant within limits. You can materialize at a designated moment in time and space where they place Zimmer's candle. If it's still lit, it's in a safe place, at least one hero can be able to call upon the candle to activate it. Okay, so it's like a respawn point for Dark Souls. Okay, yeah. If people are into that, yeah, totally. For me personally, I still like death. It's just... it's just a little funky to me. Especially at tables where it's like... I don't know, how do I put it? I don't really mind death. I don't mind the lethality of it. It's more so that the death has to feel like it was, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's why that happens, right? But also, like, I put in the rules in here in Vagabond where it's like, if you can think of a reason why your player would have made it or your character would have made it, then, like, cool, that happened. Like, let people play that want to play, right? If people are going to be all, like, you know, elitist about, well, we play with hardcore, I'm going to be like, okay, nobody cares. Like, absolutely zero people actually think that's impressive. So this has been a huge thing that I've been working on. I just want to see, are we still good? Yeah, because, wait, did we freeze? Are we good? We good? Let me see here. Restream, you fine? Yeah, okay, restream seems fine. If death in the game is basically because the game decided it's time to stop playing, this wouldn't bother me. Yeah, basically, yeah. Luckily, this is why you don't join the Dark Souls communities. Most people that are like in Dark Souls communities are not really gonna be like that. I'm trying to think of how to put it. Like in Dark Souls communities, if people are like that, they tend to get they tend to get their dick knocked in the dirt pretty quick. I saw this with Elden Ring, where like people were like asking, "Hey, if I use like spirit summons, is that technically not really beating the game?" And it's like, oh my god, we've got to stop this. Like, dude, you play the way you want to play, and if you had fun, you had fun. If you want to go through and do a challenge run or something like that, that's all you know, you do that. But like, dude, that is not the expectation for how you should be playing. You're watching people do like psycho challenge runs and stuff, not like, that's not the expectation, you know? Like you guys probably saw here on me whenever I was like doing the Elden Ring run, I just don't use the mimic tier because it feels like it makes the game too easy. And that's just me, you know, I prefer not to do it. But like, dude, if you're not having fun, like change it up, you know, like that should be the point of the game, is to have fun with it. Dark Souls is like 90% people who will try over and over again. Yes, exactly. I like the feeling of getting better at a thing, of like seeing my improvement, and like Dark Souls is one of the things that is like super addictive for that vibe. If I can see that like my skill is improving, oh my god, yeah, that's better than crack, dude. Oh. Folks in the boss room won't leave until they win, even if you levels would have made it hours of difference. I mean, if they're doing a challenge run, it's fine, you know, like that's them. Now, So I've been doing the threat level calculations. I don't want to do that on stream because I know that that's going to be boring stream content. I'm going to handle all that off stream. And I've got some other gigs that are coming up in this next week that I have to get on before December. So those are also going to be coming up. And one of the things that I've been waiting for is we got more artwork coming in. You guys are also going to see there's other pieces that are getting implemented all throughout here. I've had a couple people asking. There we go. I've had a couple people asking about why is it every time I get on stream, suddenly everybody wants my attention. I've had a couple people asking about the late pledges, and the way that that's just going to work is I'm keeping that open as long as we can until we have to place the order for the books to go out. At that point, that's the only time that I can guarantee that we will be able to get books shipped out over like across the pond and everything. Pandas Keep just posted a video about save or die. Is that a system or just a philosophy? Because, I mean, for me, and I also think that people get extremely defensive about this at times. For me personally, I'm just like, I'm not a fan. It's probably working in some games, and that's like all good. If those games want to do it, go for it. I don't want to do it. That's like where I'm at. And I don't think that it should be the expectation either. Let people play the way that they want to play, right? This should be yes. This should be pulled close. You're okay with save or die, but you'd like for there to be a choice that gets before it gets to that, not something just thrown at you without control. Yeah, and I tend to find that like more often than not, like save versus this or die. I even see some of the like good pros that writes like material for OSE tend to avoid writing that. They tend to shy away from the very strict, if you don't make this save, you die. And because OSE also doesn't have a lot of tools to like, okay, if the system has like pushing your luck, maybe you could say that like that's a little bit more justified, but OSE doesn't have anything in place like that. So like, yeah, it's not my vibe. I'll probably play it if I know, hey, I'm getting into a one shot here, or like if it's Merkborg is selling you on that ethos, right? It's supposed to be funny like that. But I think a lot of people get into the fantasy games for like having the character built and everything and feel like, yeah, I am playing this like bespoke character in this system. And for those people, I would understand like games like Merkborg not super appealing to them, right? But it's just all about like where your mindset is with what you want out of the game. And I think that having the choice is great. I think if someone's just saying like this is not correct, then that's not, yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. One time, 8 times claw. Okay, I'm also going through here to make sure that multi attacks have been unified with the new wording. Yeah, they should all look like this. Multi attacks are getting shortened because I've heard from some people they just got confused by the way that multi attacks were like, this one's named Maul. So does that mean Maul like the weapon? No, it's like a tactic. Oh, okay, well that's confusing. So I'm getting rid of that. It's so common in folklore. Thought. Wait, you're a folklore / myth, so you prefer a middle ground. To be honest, death is so common in folklore. It's not funny. I mean, yeah, like, there's that. Vaesen exists like that, Also, you see the meme lives on, and every stream you change something. Yep, game dev. I was trying to catch. We're kind of also doing a little bit of editing here, and restrained. and suffocating for the choker. Is there any way I can... Dude, oh, that's too long. Cheetos. Trying to find. Okay, multi-attack. Multi-attacks. Okay. 10-foot sphere should be 10 apostrophe sphere. Here we go. Okay. You think I'm the first creator you're tempted to support on Patreon? I mean, thank you a lot. But I will say, like, man, I get there's plenty of like creators out there who I support that I'm like, damn, I wish I like me personally, I'm like, I wish I was doing some better shit like this. Like, I think JP Kubert's Patreon is fucking nuts. His is fantastic. I'm also supporting like ContraPoints, and Contra releases videos sometimes that just don't ever really go up on YouTube publicly. They're usually like just really interesting rants about what the hell ever, and they're usually like full on video essays that might as well be channel videos. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you have a lot of material you just kind of like toss out into the like wherever. Like, yeah. Per head. Here, that should be bold. And then, of course, people are going to let me know, hey, Taron, this isn't totally correct. This isn't the same. Yes. Spike barrage, attack. Yes. I feel like this should be multi-attack. So we're going to do this. Multi-attack 1. There we go. You like to run a game to where players believe their characters are in serious danger when a monster is present. However, a TPK is never the goal. No, I don't think anybody should ever run into it with the idea that a TPK is the goal. Yeah, I know that there was like there was a real cringe moment there where like it seemed to be that like dungeon masters were bragging about how many like PCs that had died at their table, and I'm like, you seem insufferable if you think that this is making you a better dungeon master. Like, oh, if you're not killing this many player characters, then yada yada. I'm like, no, I don't really root for it. If it happens, it happens, but I'm supposed to be impartial here. Like, that's what most books are telling you. So like, yeah, are you not being an impartial mediator and letting the rules kind of run themselves? Kind of odd. There we go. Multi-attack. We'll get rid of this. A... Right. There we go. The wording on that was confusing me. Either players spot something they shouldn't have or luck screwed them. I mean, maybe, but like it's also just really hard to like in the OSR style stuff, like players fought the wrong thing. I'm like, okay, well then why was that thing there? Like if something is there And it's like, this is imposing danger. I'm like, okay, so that's interesting. Were they really given enough options to like not fight it? Or like, what was the deal here? This idea of like monsters as set pieces that are just there to like kind of tell, hey, here's where this thing is. The natural inclinations of most players is going to be to fight the thing. Like, you put this monster here in front of us. This is clearly the thing that we're supposed to be here to fight. So I'm of two minds with it. Like, I don't know. I don't really have big expectations of like, hey, players, you need to make sure if I put monsters in front of you, you need to recognize that I can do that. And you need to be smart enough to ignore your natural instincts to fight it. Or like, if they do legitimately feel like they're out of options, then like, yeah. Like, if they're acting just dumb and they see like, oh, okay, well, level 1 characters, okay, there's a dragon coming into town. I'm like, why though? Why though? Like, is there a reason for the dragon? Is it just like you want like this big cool set piece? That's cool, you know, that's fine. But was there not something else you could have done to like more effectively do this? You know. Hey, what up, Bimbun? OSR has a lot of random encounters that can TPK. I mean, yeah, but so does 5e. Like, there's been plenty of times where I've like run 5e stuff that I was like, holy shit, that was deadly. I would say that like actually the two modules or the two like adventures or whatever you want to say that have shockingly deadly stuff that happens. Lost Minds of Phandelver and well, okay, no one's really surprised by Death House. Here we go. Death House, everybody kind of knows, like, okay, this shit, the shadows have like a really, that's gonna TPK a lot of the time, unless your group built like crazy high strength, and it's like, that's just kind of punishing certain party compositions, but whatever. Lost Minds of Phandelver, though, I have seen that stupid, like, first, I say stupid, it's just, it's not stupid on the creators, it's just, I don't know, we say whatever. I've seen that first goblin ambush actually wipe out a few parties. Those goblins, because like certain party compositions aren't really even equipped, even at first level, to deal with ranged goblins, it turns out. So like, it's kind of odd to see some parties will like get fucked up in that first encounter. You feel part of the problem is getting people attached to the idea of being excited to roll up something new. I love them when a player, when as a player I die, I try not to, but I do love making a new PC. Yeah, like making characters is fun and all, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think it should be the objective to kill PCs. Like if anything, that just takes away and things like kind of slow down. And I'm like, okay, well, like, I would like to move on and keep moving on, but like, it feels like we have to stop everything to make sure that this player gets their character back in the action, right? I'm like, nah, this feels like it slows shit down, and I would rather like this not have happened. You know, someone being upset about like, oh, this character I really liked died, and I can't do anything about that. It's like, well, okay, maybe we can think about something else, but in the interim, if you would like to roll up something different, like, you can. Exception to that being, dude, if I get some absolute fuckwad showing up at the table, oh, I will. I've talked about this in the past. If I get a real fuckwad showing up at the table, I don't mind being like, dude, all right, this is it. We're getting rid of the character. You can, I don't know, find a different group, whatever. I've done this twice, but after a lot of putting up with both of their bullshit, it was like, the table was expecting a certain tone, and those two weren't really wanting to be that. They weren't really wanting that kind of tone. So whenever I told them, like, hey, this is the kind of game that we're trying to go for, try to have the adult conversations, right? Try to have the adult conversations about, like, hey, this is what we want to do here with this. If you're not down with that, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, no, I really like it. I really want to stay, and yada, yada, yada. It's only whenever somebody is like, they continue to say that and they continue being an asshole that I'm like, all right, cool. I don't have to deal with that. So, like, you can take your shit and leave. Whatever, and like, we can find other people. You get someone who's an a-hole, then you immediately have to deal with 3 bad eggs. Then I should have never again. Wait. Yep, if I get someone who's an a-hole, I kick them immediately. I've dealt with 3 bad eggs longer than I should have. Never again. Yeah, exactly. There have been too many situations I've run into where I was like, how much easier this would be to deal with if we just kicked that player? Like, okay, so they're gone. Like, hey, thanks for the $1, Amir and Caesar. Hey, welcome. Yeah, how much easier it is if it's like, okay, well, dude, like, you're making things suck. So, like, we would like for them not to suck. So, because of that, you go find a different table. Like, I don't have to put up with you, And it was funny because there was a video, I don't remember who put this one out, but they were talking about, like, so in like 2016, 2017, really, I guess it was before then too, but Facebook for D&D groups was like the place to go. There was a little bit of activity that was happening on Google+, but a majority of TTRPG discourse wasn't happening on Twitter. It was happening on Facebook. And I would probably venture to say it's kind of coming back around to doing the same thing. I see a lot more of the Facebook groups that are active and talking about TTRPG stuff than I do see really over on Twitter or on, like, Blue Sky, for that matter. Blue Sky is still growing, and I like the vibe that's going on over there now. But Facebook is just way active with TTRPG stuff. But I remember one of the posts that got a lot of attention was talking about how, I think this DM was playing Storm King's Thunder. Like, they were running Storm King's Thunder, and their party got, like, super off book. And they were like, all right, well, I'm trying to figure out what to do now about this right here, because they're way off book. I'm having to improvise a lot. I'd like to get us back onto the material, but, like, they're having a good time. What do we want to do? Or what should I do? And there were, like, people that were recommending that he do an intentional TPK in order to, like, just restart the adventure. And it's like, wait, what? What? Wait, no, they're having a good time. Why would you do the TPK just to get them back on material that they're fine? Like, they don't feel like they're completely missing out on something here. So, like, if they're having a good time, why do an intentional TPK here? And, like, people were agreeing with the guy who made the recommendation. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why? Yeah. Well, yeah. Like, why is that the thing that comes to your mind to do? Right? Melee attack. There we go. So, like, I don't know, man. I see way too often. I feel bad for newer players that go to sites like Reddit and they're turning to them for a lot of advice. Like, it seems like Reddit has gotten better since 2017 or whatever. Because, like, back then it was just like, oh, well, you should know as a DM not to do this thing over here. And it's like, who the fucking, oh my god, why are you all choosing to be this pretentious over, like, the nerdiest thing, like, in the world? Like, holy shit, the elitism was just fucking nuts over there. And it's mostly been toned down. I can't really think of the last time I went to Reddit and saw something that I was like, this is just straight up fucking pretentious elitism over here. I know it still exists in some form. I will say after, like, I don't know, it seems like after the OGL situation, people definitely started talking differently about YouTubers in the very least. Nerddom and pretentiousness are a bit intertwined. Yeah, oh, no, I totally understand. But, like, I would love to just mock those people who really want the pretentious, I guess. They're like, oh, yeah, no, you don't know about this over here. And I'm like, dude, who cares? Legitimately, who cares? This seemed to have been a thing in a lot of, like, more heavy lore sides, right? People that were, like, more lore nuts. Not about any YouTuber or anything in particular, just that was the first thing that kind of came to mind. And I was like, dude, how does this information help you get ahead in life whatsoever? It won't. Like, who the fuck cares about this stuff? And I mean, yeah, okay, there are people who care about it, but at the same time, I'm like, there's so many other cool things for you to really think about and care about, you know? You think the mark of pride of player death count is married to the mark of pride for my game has gone on for years. Not sure if they're either really marks of pride. Man, kind of. Yeah, there's certain games where it's like you've been playing the same game for 40 years. Like you've been playing the same campaign of D&D for 40 years. I would be bored out of my mind. That's me though. I mean, you know. That's me. I get it, that's me. But yeah. If people want to keep playing the exact same game they've been playing for 40 years, it's their prerogative, you know? But yeah, for me, it's just, oh my God. Not my fucking vibe. That's for people with anti-ADHD, IO. Man, it was really funny. I saw there was a post the other day. I think it was on Twitter. I can't remember. But it's like an ADHD test where, and there's no way this thing was authentic. Where was this? Let me see here. ADHD test. And it's like a spinning. What is up, everyone? Oh, Jesus. It's me with ADHD. No. Where's the spinning? Yes, motion-induced blindness. Oh, this is fascinating. Okay. Come on. All right. So, apparently, this is a test for whether or not you have, basically what your focus level is. And, for me, I was able to, the goal is you stare at the green circle, and due to the motion of what's going to happen in this video, just click play. Okay. Impatient. So due to the motion in the video, you could be able to stare at the green circle, the green blinking circle, and your eyes should naturally make the yellow circles disappear. Now, if they can't, and you keep finding yourself like looking around at the other circles, apparently you're more likely to be ADHD than, or to have ADHD or something like that. You have like a focusing issue. And I was able to make all of them disappear, but not for any longer than like 4 seconds. Amanda couldn't do it at all. I'm like, okay. There's 2. I don't think the resolution's right for me right now. Hang on, let me do this. Okay. 2. Oh my God, I can do like 3, but for a second, like, yeah. The lower left one keeps disappearing. Wait, the lower left one this one keeps actually going away. Blinking reset most of it. Oh, for you. Okay, I thought you meant actually like in the video. Just 1 second. Yeah, I can make all 3 of them go away, but it's like pretty short. I mean, I thought it was fascinating. I'd like to figure out how to make it to where I could improve this. You're at 1 or 0 most of the time. And I've heard this works better on phones, so you might try it on that, you know. But that's where I had it, and I can make all of them disappear. But again, it's not like for like a super long time. Yeah, they all disappear. Yeah. Right? I thought this was just like a fascinating video. We were sitting here trying this out for like 10 minutes the other night, but yeah. All right, now we talk about getting off track and everything. So again, I won't do the threat level calculations here on stream because like it's boring. It doesn't make for good streaming material. So I'll just let you guys kind of see what we're getting into with the 2.0. So we have a big resortment happening with a lot of the content. All right, so starting from the top of hero creation. Let's go over here and you guys will see kind of where we're at before the progress of the next update. All right, so preamble, introduction, right? So first thing that a lot of people are going to notice right now is these yellow tabs. This is going to change as we go forward with the book. It starts out yellow, goes to green, and then later it all goes to blue. Yeah, the content and the arts switch sides. That has to do with making sure that these tabs right here don't get interrupted with suddenly the tab is like covered up by art or something like that. Yeah, the tabs. So these are going to stay uniform. We're going to make sure that it all stays uniform on the side, like the right side, so that it appears in the foredge. That's foredge, by the way, for those of you that don't know, in printing this side of the book, like here's the spine. The foredge is the exact opposite side, right here. This is the way that, if you look at Shadowdark, you see how Shadowdark has those dark tabs on the side? That's what we're trying to do. Except ours are going to be mostly black on the foredge, and you'll see yellow, green, and blue, which I think is going to be fucking sick. So, from there, so preamble, there's the discretion stuff, basics. All right, so we're seeing new art now, right? Guillaume Bonnet got me more and more artwork in. We have basically everything that he was going to do for the book now in the book. So we have the dice. Everything is drawn out here. Basics. This is the overview for all the rules that will be coming up in the future chapters. So this is stats, the dice, checks, hit points, and damage. Basically the huge overview of everything in the system right here, right? Moving forward from there, the adventuring overview. Hey, we got another illustration from Guillaume, right? Targeting. The big thing I wanted to do with this update was solidify the difference between why certain things were written as feet and why certain things were written as distance. So a part of this is if it's movement or a precise measurement is needed for like an item's length or something like that, it's always referring to that as a specific measurement, right? However, I really like range bands and the targeting system and all that stuff and distance and everything for something for targeting. So it's really simple to say, if you're using a bow, it can target out to far. If you're throwing something at somebody, it can like get thrown out to near. And then if you are attacking somebody with like a sword, that's close, right? You want to ask about the damage changes where holy and psychic replaced or wholly removed? Completely removed. Completely removed. I started eliminating options that were so good that we had to get rid of them. Holy and psychic were too weird to come up with reasons for why things would be immune to it. And it just became so easy to just say, I'm going to grab this over here. Instead, they still had this actually. In Basic Expert, but they weren't handled by things like, this is a specific damage type. Instead, if you look at basic expert, a lot of things are like, this monster is weak to damage dealt by silvered weapons. And it wasn't just werewolves that were like that, it was also zombies, skeletons, right? Silver is viewed as like blessing a weapon. Or like if we use holy water, right? That's why holy water has to be made with silver in D&D. So powdered silver put into water, boom, you've got holy water, right? Cake. This is like with Fae, where they're going to have cold iron, right? Cold iron is going to serve a similar purpose like that. So that's how Vagabond is going to feel a little bit more like witchery there. We are focused a lot on making sure that monsters have something that feels like a weakness that can be exploited while you're like fighting them and whatnot. With psychic damage, psychic became a thing where as I was thinking about writing it, I was like, how do I not justify that everything that berserks you or confuses you or whatever shouldn't deal psychic damage? And in that case, how do I not say that, like, whatever? So I don't think that damage necessarily has to always have the narrative of specifically damage, right? Like a number goes down. For me, what makes a lot of sense as like psychic damage is the condition itself. You're confused. That feels so much more evocative than like your brain hurts, you take 3 damage. You know, like that psychic damage is such a weird, like nebulous thing that to me, it just makes a lot more sense if I'm thinking about the narrative of what it is, that's all handled as the conditions and like you're being mentally compelled to do this thing, right? Like that makes infinitely more sense to me as like what psychic damage would be than this is another damage type. And anything that has a brain can take this type of damage. It's very, yeah. Illusion spells and stuff, you were hurting yourself thinking you were being attacked by something. Yeah, like maybe, right? But like, I mean, then it just becomes like, how is everything not, like, how does everything not just take damage from psychic damage? And then psychic damage becomes the only thing that people do because like, oh, okay, well, as long as it's not an artificial or an undead, this is guaranteed to deal damage. And I think that that's caused a lot of the bad mouthfeel of the way that damage types are handled in 5e, especially. It's funny. There's a lot of times, like, had you asked me 3 years ago or whatever, like, I guess, I don't know, you even go back like 5 years ago, I would have probably been like, you know what, 5e, yeah, they've hit like the perfect game. Cool. And then it kind of got to me over time where I was like, oh no, cracks are starting to show. Like, fuck, now what? Wait, people like their Jean Greys and stuff? Yeah, which I think we can still do evocatively as like you're mentally controlling them and giving them like the statuses and stuff like that. It just being damage doesn't really click for me. You could flavor it as like, I have psychokinesis, or what is it? Pyrokinesis, where like my mind can literally set stuff on fire. Like that's cool. And then you take the burn spell, right? Carry. Yeah. And now it seems so backwards. What to have, oh, like suddenly another damage type. Yeah, honestly, the more and more that we've done this, where we've added in more damage types, like the less happy I am about damage types being a thing. And like, I've looked into like what Pathfinder was doing, and I see Pathfinder as like an even bigger expansion on the problem. I think it makes more sense if it's just damage. Like, that's it, right? And then figuring out how the damage is evocative in what it does to you, being the way that we describe damage type, right? So this is why like acid should give you the burning condition. Same with fire, right? Ice slows you down. Shock stuns you real quick, starts preventing you from having options, things like that, right? Or it can arc to another character, right? It's not just like, oh, well, shock damage always stuns you. No, it could be like, oh, well, it zaps you and then it arcs over to somebody else. Like with ice, it can be, it slows you down, or it completely stops you, or like it's what's like burning, right? We could say this is another type where a secondary effect could be frostburn, literally like that, right? The Demon Slayer's core is just psychic damage. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with it. So that all being said, one of the other things I'm going to try to get done before I do the version 2.0 is you're going to see a resorting of a lot of information that's in here. And I know I brought this up the other day in the Discord, and I want to make sure that this is super clear. So what's happened with tasks? Okay. Originally, tasks were a way that we could codify, like, what it meant for you to spend time. And this got to a point where we over-codified some things to the point of, I think, the detriment of the system. So I started to pull it back. And as I started to pull it back, I realized that, like, oh, tasks were really only here for a couple niche things. So I decided to pull it back. A lot of what you're going to see in this update is going to be how you can spend time away from certain things, right? Like if we're away from adventuring, this is going to be our downtime, right? If we are traveling, well, that's what this section over here is going to be for, right? We spend the time doing the movement, yada, yada, yada. You all will also see the travel procedure rules are going to be made extremely clear in here. You all will see that the crawl rules, the crawl procedures are going to be made extremely clear. I'm trying to also pick and find where some of the rules were in the previous version of Vagabond and make sure that they're still represented over here in the proper space. This isn't like getting rid of anything. It's just really thinking about how it's presented as an accessibility thing. Statuses. It was like beforehand, were we only going to ever present statuses in damage and health? Or like if you do a system where it's like, okay, statuses are only present in the combat section. Okay, so does that only mean that you can have the statuses during combat? No, right? So like we're trying to figure out how to like move this stuff around. My question, can I be like Sypha and flip my wall of ice? Yes, that's the intent. The intent is supposed to be that if you have the thing out and you're focused on it, you can still manipulate it in some sense, right? However, if it gets to be a thing where like you are getting more out of it, like a double casting, and I'll explain there. If you are doing something like completely changing the shape of it, right? If you completely change the delivery, if it's anything other than the exact thing that you did, you should not be able to change it, right? But if it's out there and you say, I'm going to cast it again, but now it's going to be the spikes, there's no reason not to just let that also be, okay, yeah, it's like the same spell, right? Like letting that be. Right, so while watching the stream, yeah. I did see your message earlier, yeah. So yeah, the way I'm trying to do it now is to make sure that as we move forward, things like the statuses are presented before a chapter or 5 chapters or whatever that would continue referencing the thing beforehand, you know. So I can create a chainsaw of ice using sphere? You mean like a usable object? I'm not sure, but if it's cool, let it happen. So, a lot of it's been the reorganization of the information, and some of what's going on is I'm trying to figure out what was presented originally and where we need to put that now. So if something was like in the travel section and it didn't make a lot of sense for the travel section, I'm trying to figure out where else to put it. For the crawl, I'm trying to figure out what all rules need to be very present here for like everything in the procedure of running a crawl. So this is like the dungeon crawl, right? Another thing, you're going to have a crawl speed and you're going to have a travel speed. These are going to be new on the hero record. The crawl speed is only crawling here. It is not literally your crawling speed as you are prone and trying to move like that. No, it's going to be made very clear, so it shouldn't be confusing. Hey, if I lay down prone, suddenly I can move 120 feet. No, that's not what these are going to be. Okay, so your crawl speed is going to be how far you can technically move whenever you're moving from place to place in the dungeon crawl. If you need it, it's going to be information that will be there instead of hiding it, right? So crawl speed is going to be on your sheet. Travel speed is also going to be on your sheet. Travel speed is going to be straight up. Your travel speed is going to be equal to your speed. Oh, here we go. Your travel speed is equal to your speed divided by 5. And that number equals how many miles you can move in a shift. You call it movement and traversal speed instead, personally. Crawl has been codified as... Crawl has been codified in other systems as like what this little measure of time is. So I'm trying to stick with familiar language there. Now, kind of moving forward, how many pages are you expecting the book to be by the end? Under 200. Easy, under 200. There's still a few other illustrations that need to get added and such. I'm trying to figure out what to do about spaces like this right here. But yeah, I don't expect the book to be any bigger than 200 pages. But just because someone did it doesn't mean it catches on. I mean, it already has. That's the thing. A crawl speed, whenever we're talking about the crawl, like, if we want to say it hasn't caught on, I mean, literally the biggest TTRPG of last year is still using the term. Like, you know. So, and I mean, it's even present in Knave. Bite me on it. What book is that? Shadowdark. So crawl speed, it's just simply put, okay, now us players, not devs, but I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this. You know the name 2nd edition control panel layout? Control panel layout. Control panel layout, what? Okay, now I feel like my ADHD is definitely like... How do you mean control panel layout? What? You're just saying you're going to deal with people who constantly bring it up? Yeah, then I'm just going to say, like, okay, well, that's what this means in the system. Like, because if people are going to be like, well, because it's a crawl speed, then that means over here that, no, that's a brain rot way of, like, looking at what the rules mean. Crawl speed means something particular, you know? It's a term Ben uses to say each 2-page spread is on the thing. That's what he means by that? Interesting. So that means, like, every 2 pages is... This is supposed to be this section on what you do for this right here. Boom, generating new spells. That's always supposed to be that spread. And everything is always organized as, like, this is supposed to be the spread. That's his thought, I guess. What do you mean a hex crawl is very much a thing? Yeah. But, like, that's been used as travel speed. Like, that's how it's just been referred to. Like, OSE do? OSE does something very strange. So OSE does the thing that the original D&D did, and that is that your crawl speed, at least what you can move in the action of doing a dungeon crawl, is your default. So, like, the hex crawl is your default speed. Or, sorry, the dungeon crawl is your default speed. And then your speed for encounters is that divided by 3. It's so, like, you would have a character that can move 120 feet, and, like, that's their speed. But that's not your encounter speed. Your encounter speed would be, like, so 120 divided by 3, so 40 feet, right? So, like, that, yeah. This has been standardized with a lot of TTRPGs. Especially the ones that do dungeon crawling. Like, this is what people kind of come to expect. Hex rolls have been the standard for over 70 years. You're chasing back to wargaming. What? Look at the non-malicious way and imply new players being confused by the rules, by the use of a common word having a different game mechanic definition. Well, that's why we spell out what our terms mean. We define the terms early on so that it's like, oh, okay, well, what does this mean right here? Well, it defines that in the book. Like, yeah, like before activating. Well, so it's like it's like per quote unquote scene for Vagabond, right? This was originally always called like a dungeon turn. So like a turn in a dungeon was basically a measure of 10 minutes. And this was a means of them being able to track how much time had passed for certain things. And we kind of got away from that with systems like D&D. So D&D feels fairly procedureless. And they kind of left it open to where everyone just kind of feels like, okay, we're interpreting the time as we would like to. And I think for D&D, this causes some of that question of like, hey, I cast this spell a little bit ago. Is that still active? Well, it said it was like an hour, so has an hour passed in real world time? Instead, now we have more procedures that say, here's how you can basically assume the time is passing. And I personally like having the procedure over like leaving things as nebulous, right? And if people like the nebulous side of it, to me, I'm just not a fan. So I think that there will be other games, that do try to leave it more nebulous. But in terms of like the terms here, the term for like a crawl speed, there's no other place in the game that uses a crawl speed. There's no other place in the game that's going to use a travel speed. So if we just say like, okay, well, this is how far it can move whenever we're doing the dungeon crawl, that's where that comes up. But in all reality, this speed doesn't really come up much at all. Torches in Darkest Dungeon are a great example of the mechanic. Yeah. Turns his top best things of old school D&D. I really think that this is the thing that people got way too far away from. At least with like more contemporary TTRPGs. I love having the procedure of like, hey, step by step, here's how we go through this dungeon. And it's not this idea of a video gamey, ever moving space or anything quite like that. It's understanding it is a dungeon for a TTRPG. There, I'm trying to look at where I can pull some of this stuff away. Trying to do some editing. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You'll accept that? Good. Is this what you're getting? I can get an idea exactly how long the group spent in a dungeon. Yeah. Like how long they spent there and like how long it'll take them to get through a dungeon you see, right? So if I see like a 6-room dungeon, I can assume that like, okay, it takes like a party about an hour to go through here. Cool. Okay. If I see like I don't know, 28-room dungeon, so divide that by 6, so then we've got 28 divided by 6, so 12. What? Oh my god, I'm gonna look so stupid if I get this wrong. 26 rooms. Wait, 30 is 5. So this is like what? 4.3? Is that right? 4.33333? Is that right? I'm gonna feel so dumb if I don't get this right. Hang on. I say 26 or 28? Okay, 4.333. Did I say 28? I think I said 26, but I don't know if that's just me coping or what. Doing a lot of that lately. Making movement in the turns can definitely reduce the amount of times I say move your token during a session to my players, since there's a procedure for it. Yep. It's like, hey, catch up with this stuff, right? Like here, this is like, we need more of a like, it's fine to keep things a little bit floaty. But we do need to have some rules that we agree on for like time passing in the dungeon. If we agree that this is important to us, we want to make sure that like this time doesn't stay so floaty where we don't remember what the hell is going on. Like, if there's a rule that comes up and we can't easily determine, yes, that one's unactive, and it all feels like, hey, well, does the DM like me enough to let this one stay up? Then, like, the rule's not solid. I'd like to make sure that the rules are very solid as to how this stuff comes up. So, like, whenever you guys are going through the 2.0, this is the kind of stuff that I'm like, let me know what else needs to be covered here. These are big deals. I'm going through some old versions to see what I can bring over from some of the previous versions of travel, to see what really needs to be over here. We have, like, the rules of foraging, hazardous lands, the travel procedure right here. I'm trying to figure out what else might be needed, and it won't be a random encounter table over here. This is going to be the complications table that I'm going to simplify from one of the versions that we had in the past. But yeah. You're not sure what hobby is more expensive, Magic the Gathering or TTRPGs? That all depends on how far you get into it, but I would say that most likely I'm going to give that trophy over to Magic the Gathering. I've seen, like, my thing, like, if I spend money on TTRPGs in a month, I'm usually spending, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe 25 to 50 bucks. Like, the hell? A fly? I'm not spending all that much money on TTRPG stuff. Whereas, like, with Magic the Gathering, it feels like spending money is just part of the culture. Like, they literally have formats that are about, like, we're going to buy an entire booster box between us, and we're going to make a deck out of what we pull. You know, literally, like, the culture is around spending money there. MTG is so pay to win now. I mean, it kind of always has been, hasn't it? Yeah, every TTRPG has a free quick start. Magic the Gathering easily wins. Man, I had some friends. Like, I never got into Warhammer, but after hearing about what some of my buddies had spent on Warhammer, I also kind of wonder if it's, like, not Warhammer or Magic the Gathering that's more expensive there. Like, although I will say, like, at least I can see with Warhammer how if you say, like, look, this is my army, and, like, this is the army that I have, I've spent, like, $2,000 on this. Okay, so if somebody is like, I spent $2,000 on this army that I played with Warhammer, I'm like, okay, is that, like, the main army you take out to conventions or what the hell ever? Yeah. Like, this is my deal. Okay, so then that person probably still got a lot of use out of, like, that army, right? They're probably still getting more and more use out of it. With Magic the Gathering, it seems like people drop that much on a single card. And it's like, oh, okay, well, this is one of, like, 10 that I own because I need it in my other commander decks. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, what? Like, yeah, when you started it was fine, but now your friend has, like, 6 instant win decks. Yeah, I've seen, like, plenty of games where, like, I think they have it down to where, like, Magic the Gathering, you can, like, operate a computer based off of, like, the way that lands operate now or some shit. Like, it's, you can, like, build a calculator using Magic the Gathering, and I'm like, okay, shit. Like, I don't know. There's a level of it where I'm like, that's super interesting. And then there's a level of it where I'm like, that just feels like irresponsible spending. Hey, however you have your fun. You have your fun, you do your thing. But, yeah, gambling seems cheaper. The most you spent on a deck was $300, but that was a blinked out upgrade to your most used deck. Again, hey, if you have fun, you do you. Most money I ever spent on a card game, like, I don't know, I think I might have blown like $1,000 in the whole time that I played Pokemon. Maybe. Yeah. No, yeah, everybody knows about that $2 million One Ring card. Yeah, fucking wild. Okay, so kind of going back up in here. Travel procedure. I don't know that this needs to be any more complicated than a one-page spread, but I'm interested to hear what people would want out of your travel section. And keep in mind, we're trying to keep the rules pretty concise, right? But what would people want out of your travel rule set? What do you want covered in your travel rules? Because I want to make sure that, like, we get the shit like, okay, well, whenever I'm traveling, I want to know what happens whenever XYZ thing. You're still free to play. Oh, TCG Pocket. Yeah, I would still play Pokemon. I would play Pokemon today. It felt like a fun game. I've tried playing Magic the Gathering, and I kind of feel like by the time I feel like I have a grasp on what the fuck is even happening, the game's already over, and I don't know. I don't really know what the hell to do. I'm like, oh, okay. So that was 3 turns, right? Okay. Gotcha. Random encounters and how much it costs to move a hex. Yeah, so we have all that, right? As far as the random encounters go, that's going to be with the complications. For travel, that's it, if I can remember. Okay, I have the rules cyclopedia here, and I am very curious what they have in there. Monsters, mass combat, movement, travel, becoming lost. Water travel is interesting. Is this meant to create a track your actions experience? I mean, ish. Water. Difficult terrain is the thing, and I think that slows you down. Yeah, I got that. We have mounted stuff is already covered. The weather would be something. I thought about that with like the complications. So weather change being a thing that would be handled up there instead of like constantly randomly rolling it. Because like it seems like whenever I've used like weather dice to determine what was happening with the weather, it rolls of the most chaotic spinning planet ever. Ship, aerial travel. Yeah, aerial. These might be worth just having in here, right? Hex flowers fix that? Yeah, but that's also... I think hex flowers, like, if people are doing that for solo stuff and they feel like, okay, this is a great simulator for this, all GMs I know use it. Hex flowers? Wandering monsters. Yeah, exploration in the game turn. Encounter distance, surprise, yes. Okay, so all they really have is... Yeah. Yeah, even in terms of travel, for... Wow. Yeah, in terms of travel, for what they have in the rules cyclopedia, it is like 2 pages. So, okay. Isn't hex crawling just the same as a really large dungeon crawl? Yes. They're both point crawls, but we're dealing with different spans of time. Is foraging including ration hunting and stuff? Yes. Yeah, and materials. I don't know that aerial travel, I don't think we need that. That's going to be handled already with like fast and how all that, yeah. That's all going to be handled pretty easily. The standard is to roll once a day to find out what the weather is going to be like, and then once a while you don't see it if I don't know the rain is fast. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought about it where it was like rolling it once every shift. So every 6 hours you travel, you might have to check this out, right? On a fail, a complication occurs. Yeah. Navigator makes a survival check. This is favored if on roads and beaten paths. On a fail, a complication occurs. Yeah, because this would be forward facing, where the players are going to see that that's the rule. Weird and Wild shows you how the wilderness is a mega dungeon. Maybe add a little note about how flying travel is just fast. Well, it's already handled in here. The fact, like, I tried to figure out a way to express this to where it handled all that stuff. To determine the amount of miles you can move while you travel per shift at a normal pace, divide your speed by 5. A group can only travel at the pace of its slowest member. So, whenever you're traveling, like, in the air, that's just gonna, the way that works. Yeah. I don't really know that aerial travel really needs anything very specific there. Do I have environment hex crawl interactions? I mean, I'm trying to think of what you would need other than foraging, maybe hazardous land. I was trying to think of like locating something, but I just don't think that it's necessary. Like setting up camp, I guess. Oh, I don't need treasure hunting for overworld mechanics. No. This is the thing. I'm like, well, does this all just need to be handled under crawl? Where we say, like, this is where we go back to exploration. And we say the dungeon crawl is handled this way. Whenever you travel, it's handled this way. And move on. That might be the thing that we need to do. Actually combine travel and crawl. Speed modifier for rolls. That's already a... Wait, I thought I wrote that down. Oh, yeah, right here. The navigator makes a survival check. This is favored if traveling on roads or similar beaten paths. On a fail, a complication occurs. Yeah, treasure hunting would be layer at many dungeons throughout the map. Yep. If the rest mechanic does apply anything other than any buffs or debuffs, then having them set up for camp can apply what the quality of rest they take. I thought, I mean, I think it should just be like, if that's the case, it's just setting up camp. But, so what I think this could be is, like, if both of these are only really going to fit on a page or two, then exploration probably needs to just be its own chapter here, with travel and crawl all on the same page. Like, I don't think it needs to be all that much more crazy than that. And then we can figure out the stuff we want to do with downtime. Because right now, this all looks extremely empty. Does Vagabond have rest levels like 4? Nah, we don't get that far into it, because it's just, the thing people do is they just wind up hand waving that. In terms of all the games that I've tried to run or play, I tried to look at what rules people just wind up hand waving. I think that a lot of people, when they start getting into TTRPGs, they think that like everything needs to have these like really deep, compelling rules for how we handle everything in the game that wind up sticking around for all of 10 minutes in a session. And the moment that you forget about it, you get back into the rhythm that you were into before. It's very rare that a homebrew rule comes along that I'm like, I cannot imagine trying to do this game in any other way. Like, very rare. And the ones that have come along that made me go like, oh shit, I can't even imagine possibly doing TTRPGs any other way. Number one is probably progress clocks. Like, I said that John Harper was the one that made them, and I've had people get on my shit for that. I don't know who for sure made progress clocks. I just know that I saw them first in Blades in the Dark, and they're so good that I'm just like, I love, give me a game mechanic that feels like it actually improves my game. Like, it makes it easier for me to run it, right? Some of the other ways that I'm just like, holy shit, like I can't imagine playing a TTRPG like almost any other way. I think D6 dice pool is like the only way I ever want to play horror again. Year Zero Engine sold me that hard on survival horror that like oh my god. Yeah. Preparations for camps where the players can rest and get small buffs for the next combat or rest. Yeah, we have that for like breather. Oh yeah, other like rules that I was like, holy shit, I can't imagine trying to do this like any other way. I don't know where this first came up, but I'll just say at least the first place that I saw it, looking back, has to be David Black coming up with distance. This, I never want to do laying out the ruler ever again. I never want to do measuring exact distance ever again. Yeah, just give me range. Boom. Oh my god, thank you for this. Like, this is 10 times easier, and players are going to remember this a lot more. And I think if people want really exact specifics of, like, here's what we need for all the minutia of these different measurements or whatever, I don't know that it's really ever felt to me like exact distance enhanced a game. It just never really felt all that fun to me to, yeah. And hey, everyone's got their own thing, you know, but yeah, for me, this is meh. I was trying to think of what else has come along that made me go, yes, this, exactly this, yes. Like, I never want to run something a different way. Oh, wait, that's right. We'll have, boom, breaking or ending a grapple. Wait, in the grapple, hang on. Yeah, in the grapple, forcing the hero to make a brawl check to maintain it. Action to try and break the grapple. Doing so on a pass. There we go. Endure reflex is the way that you're doing this to like kind of actively get out of it, and that's going to apply to a lot more people anyways. Yeah, the brawlers are already going to be happier with this right here. Everybody else is going to be happier with that because they don't have to worry about finesse. Yep, that's why we're doing that. We're excited for Boreal Frostlands. Oh yeah, same here. I would love just anything else more for their Hexcrawl toolkit. Would a boon and bane reward system work for the trouble rules? Like the amount of boons you add to the road, you add the chance for trouble to appear? I have no idea what that would mean. I'm like, if I can't immediately say like, yes, that, I wouldn't know what that would be. A being that is physically grappling a target has its speed halved. Yeah, unless the target is smaller. Methods for resolving grapples differ from heroes and enemies. Sure, we'll just do that. No, it's been keyworded. Whatever. I just don't want to over keyword it. Yep, we got all that. This is the way that we've been writing it for enemies anyways, right in here. You remember this understanding grapple. Enemies can't activate the grapple, right? Enemies can't activate the grapple. They can. It's a part of their attack. I'll show you what I mean. Older X stuff. They said yes. Oh yeah. No, it's been such a big, very cool tool set that there's no way they don't keep continuing to print that. The hex roll toolkit is so fucking dope. Okay, right here. Restrained if failed by 5 or more. This is the way that we're handling grapples from here on out. So if the grapple is caused by an attack, we are considering that to be a grapple, right? If restrained is being caused by a melee attack, we're considering this to be a grapple, okay? So if something grapples you like this, then what we say at that point is in order to break it, it's going to be the save, right? The really cool thing is the way that you block and dodge in Vagabond is by making an endure or a reflex save, right? Well, we can get rid of the word grapple as an entirely separate mechanic and just say it's a melee attack that causes the restrained condition. So because of that, we're saving words. It's a lot simpler. Like if you're restrained by another creature, this is what you have to do to get out of it, right? Like, so that's kind of where I'm leaning into with all this. I think it's a lot simpler to express it, and it's literally the same operations. Outer, we were at Primordials whenever I think I stopped. I just wanted to make sure. Aha! We're getting rid of named multi-attacks. Okay, so my bandit can still make a grapple check against a hero with or without... wait. So my bandit can still make a grapple check against a hero with or without it in its stat. Just curious. Yes. It would just be a melee check, like a melee attack, that forces them to make a dodge or endure save. It's like, yes, the bandit can do it. There's like... It's just not its main strategy according to its stat block. Like, its stat block is just a thing that is there guiding you to say, these are the things that it is most likely going to do. Because if I was literally having to write out, like, abilities, it can breathe air, it can think, it can, I don't know, jack off on a Tuesday. Like, these stat blocks get to be impossible. So, like, I'm simplifying it to where it's only the stuff that is relevant to combat, right? So, like, this is the stuff that could come up. If I feel like it has an impact on the way that, like, this all works out, then we list it, okay? So these are things like amphibious, or, like, it doesn't have to breathe air. These still kind of have an environmental impact, right? This is something that is odd. Or, like, there's the mechanics of suffocation now in the game. We want to make sure that, like, that's covered. But do I really need to keep listing out that all undead don't need to eat food or, like, rations? No. That's not... Who cares, right? Do I need to list out that, like, wolves all have a carnivorous diet? Nothing. They don't need that, right? Only a few hours left in... Yeah. Better get tugging! There was actually a video I saw the other day. I say the other day, I think this was a couple weeks ago, where it was PDM. He was sorry, Professor Dungeon Master. PDM was going through that new Vecna adventure or whatever, and he was talking about the way that, like, he just edits it down to run it, and I'm like, yeah, like, I think it's so much more cake to have it like this. That's why I love that Pathfinder sets traits for each enemy type. Actually, this is kind of funny. I don't like the way that Pathfinder does it. because I think Pathfinder overcodifies it. Pathfinder kind of leans in a bit like too hard on the overcodification. That's just like my take. To where it feels like there's now a lot of things I have to remember. Where like, okay, well, this thing has plants and it has, I don't know, let's say fungus as well. Okay, so what does that mean? So I go over to this page over here to try and make sure, okay, that was 200 pages earlier. Okay, well, all right, so that's what that means over here. So I flip back over to this page and, you know, like, some people love it. For me, it's too much information. There was a... God, I had the Pathfinder core rulebook out the other day because I was looking for something. Oh, yeah! I remember now. Because I was looking at the way that, like, different TTRPGs sorted their information. And I was like... I think I can pinpoint one of the things that I don't like about Pathfinder's rulebook. Not that I was, like, looking for it, but it just kind of came to my mind. It was like... Before I could find out what it meant to play the game... the first rule that came up about rolling dice in Pathfinder 2nd Edition doesn't appear until like page 2 or 300. I need to be for sure on that. Hang on. Okay, hang on. That one. Trying to remember. Oh. So I have the new player core and the old one. ATP feels like it needs note cards? ATP? What? ATP? You love the idea, but not the execution. I feel like Fae need to be weak to cold iron or lycanthropes to silver. Hey, what do you know? Ranger. Right, playing the game section. Because I know if I say this on a stream, I'm going to have someone eventually, like, clip it and then go and share it with somebody else. And they're going to be like, Taron, you said this about Pathfinder. You must fucking hate us all. 443. Okay, so here's where, like, checks and everything show up, right? Oh, at this point. Right. Like, the rule for, like, how you make a check shows up on page 444. Before that, it's all character options. And I'm like, okay, is this a big deal? No, but it does break the, like, kind of natural reading order. And to most new players, if they're just like, what's kind of going on, you know, if they're picking it up for a skim, I'm not a huge fan of that. Playing the game in rules overview. Okay. Is it at least better over here? Pathfinder baseline. Movement, defenses, skills, actions. Checks even in the Pathfinder 2nd Edition core are on page 400, right? Like, I think you can do an overview, like I mean, like I'm doing here, but like what Kelsey did with Shadowdark, you can do an overview way earlier than that. Like, do they say you roll a d20 in order to determine the outcome of the thing? Basics of play, ancestry, feats, creating a narrative. What is a role-playing game? The game master, flow of the game. I'd have to stop and look. But, like, this is a part of why I'm just, like... I think that Pathfinder could do with trimming some stuff back. Like, I like... You know what? People really like their chunky big boy games. The chunky, thick... To some people, they don't want it any other way. But to me, it's overwhelming. It's the kind of thing that, like, I know that most of my players, if I were like, hey, here's the game that we're going to play this next week. You need to know page 4 to page 86 Then you're gonna build your character, and then we're gonna show up to play, and I'll explain the rules from there. Nobody's gonna want to do that. No, nobody does. I want to be sure that, like, if I'm presenting you with a new game, I go like, here you go, Merkborg. Oh, this is their bare bones edition, and I'm like, yeah, you only need to know like these 12 pages right here, and you're good. This was so smart. Like, just making it to where the exposed signatures and everything. God damn. You like the chunk until you try to teach it to other people, and that kind of killed my vibe about Pathfinder 2nd Edition. It's the thing for me. It's like, I think in this industry, for whatever reason, if I go like, yeah, man, that's just not really for me, people seem to take that as like an absolute slight. Like an absolute slight that I'm not a big fan of this game, or like, okay, if I was like, hey, playing Vampire the Masquerade, not really my thing. I don't have a bunch of people that get up in my fucking comment sections that are screeching at me about the fact that, like, that's not my vibe, right? But it seems like with Pathfinder, it's one of those situations where not only that, I get fucking call out posts over on Twitter from some people about it. And I'm like, it's not my thing. You know, it's not really my, so if I say that it's not my thing, and you view that as a reason to write a fucking dissertation about how wrong I am, you're not helping to bring me or any of my viewers in on the game that you're holding up, you know? This was super funny to watch, by the way, whenever I did my Candela Obscura video. How many people were like running to that game's defense that just did not hear out what I had to say about it. What do I think of Frontier Scum? Oh, I think Frontier Scum is dope. I would actually super love to run a game of Frontier Scum. I like a lot of the like Red Dead Redemption, you know, rootin' tootin' cowboy gunslinger shit. And if I have an excuse for that to get weird, like Merkborg weird, and we can be, you know, Merkborg's a great system for playing a bunch of just fucking assholes, you know? Like, if I wanted to do like a train heist kind of thing, like, dude, I would love to do like a Frontier Scum game and just tell people like, hey, we're just playing fucking tobacco spitting cowboys. Like, that's the whole deal. I might throw in some weird, I don't know, your horses suddenly become aliens or I don't know, some weird shit like that. But yeah, no, it's gonna be weird. We'll go fight zombies. It's stupid shit. I think that would be so much fun. Yeah, but if I was gonna run like a Western game anytime soon, it would be in Frontier Scum. Carl Druid just like, he found a vibe. He really did. Frontier Scum and Pirate Borg are I think two of probably the best hacks of a system I have ever seen. Not just hacks in terms of like, hey, let me take this exact same system and like do my own house rules on it. No, they went and they turned the system into something new. Like, yeah. Frontier Scum using orcs, a high octane adventure from Swordfish Islands. Why is this odd? You should be over here. Wait, do I need both of you? Oh shit. Damn. I do need both of you. But I need you only to do this. And hang on, sorry, I'm fixing a layout thing. There. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Yeah, Death in Space is similar. Yeah. The Borg engine is just so flexible for like doing a lot of different shit you want to do with it. Wow, those pinks feel very different from each other. Wait, does that show up on camera? Oh, come on. Do you guys see this? Wait, oh yeah, okay, I know I'm not crazy. Here, look at this. You see how the pink over here is like lighter than the pink right here? Right? I'm not crazy on that, right? Two different pinks. Yeah. I exported them with the same color settings. The left is super dark by comparison. Yeah. What the fuck? But hey, it's cool. We've got this. Like, oh my god. It's so cool to me to see like it's a book. It's a motherfucking book. And this is also getting a slightly different layout. We're still working on this one. We love Elder Cowboys, yes. Yeah, I really dig it. I think another system. Okay. I think the next system that is going to have some breakout success like that for like a hack. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yeah, wait, I almost completely forgot about the other hack that like just absolutely did numbers. Oh, Mouse Ritter. Holy shit, what a charming game. I finally sat down and got to read a bit of it, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm in love with it. Yes. So Frontier Scum, absolutely love this one. But the next system, I think, is going to get a lot of hack success. Quite honestly, dude, I mean, Shadowdark is already getting a bunch of hacks and stuff. Shadowdark is... I would say this. One of the things I was most surprised with this year, I picked this up, not really thinking too much. I was like, okay, I had heard that somebody had done a hack of Skyrim and put it into Shadowdark. I was like, okay, so what is this? So I picked this up the other day, Shadowrim, and I think this is by Chubby Funster, and this is shockingly good. Like, wow. And I don't mean that in terms of like, I know this guy's other material and I wasn't expecting anything from him. No. It's just that like, I picked this up on a random chance over on drive-thru because I was thinking, okay, we'll just see what's up with this. Like, someone apparently did a Skyrim Shadowdark port. Dude, if I was ever going to run something in like the Elder Scrolls world, I'd 100% pick Shadowdark. It fits the vibe so fucking well. I've seen people try to hack Skyrim 5e so many times, and it doesn't work because the magic system of 5e always continues to make fantasy superheroes, and like it's more slightly grounded with Elden Ring. And the way that this works out with like shouts and like Shadowdark's like magic system, just dude, this is perfect. The leveling system, it's actually better over here because of the way that Kelsey handled levels in Shadowdark. And yeah, like this is how you're taking your class as one of the signs. Dude, this is sick. Like, I was so impressed with this one. The fucking spells from the game appear in here as like, dude, the work that went into this, I'm like, this needs to get published outside of drive-thru RPG. This deserves better than the kind of binding that Lightning Source does. Like, this absolutely deserves to get like a real world print. Yeah, I don't know. I might clip this one and just post it up because, like, dude, I want to show this guy some love. Chubby Funster absolutely fucking killed this. Or Greg Christopher, I think he's Chubby Funster online. The presentation of it is really fitting of what you're going to expect with Shadowdark. That's going to feel right at home, but it still has its own unique voice. Everything is extremely well laid out. The crafting system, enchantment, everything like that. Dude, it's all in here. If you are into Skyrim and you want to check out some stuff for Shadowdark, like, pick this up. You're gonna spend like maybe $20 on it, and it could lead to a full-on years-long campaign for you. Legit, I have not been that impressed with something I picked up off of like drive-thru RPG in a long time, like super long. Best campaign setting book I've seen in a hot second. Yeah, Shadow Rim, Cubby Funster, or Greg Christopher. Yeah, go check this one out if that sounds interesting to you at all. Yeah, I killed a bandit. His corpse vibrates on the floor before flailing wildly into space. Yeah. Okay, I need to get this desk put back together a little bit. But another one that I was saying this earlier, another system I do expect people to start hacking is going to be Knave. I've already heard of a couple people that have other projects and everything that they're working on. Knave, I think, already has a really good foundation as, you know, a BX derivative game. But there's something about the system that makes me think that fantasy is not really its mainstay home. I'm not really quite sure why. I feel like Knave... I don't feel like Knave really does D&D style dungeon crawl the kind of way that most people would want to. And this is like, I'm... How do I put it? Yeah, it would work as a Wild West game. Yeah, I could actually see that a lot. Knave feels way more... It feels almost too grounded. It's great as a classless system for getting you the sort of like OSR style vibe. And I think amongst all the like classless systems like that and Into the Odd are like, you know, those are some of the most influential games in the TTRPG space, right? But I feel like Knave, especially Knave 2nd Edition, it feels like it kind of vibes better as not a dungeon crawler. It's such an odd... Not the game, it's my own observation is what I'm saying is odd. I'm like, I don't really know how I would put it. And I don't really know where I would say it makes more sense. I don't know. It's, as a system core, it's interesting. Knave has a lot going for it that inspired even what I was doing over here with Vagabond. But I feel like if I was running a dungeon crawler, I don't know that Knave is like my go-to. Yeah, you noticed it, too, not sure how to put the feeling into words. Like, I think there's a lot of really interesting ideas there. There is so much that Ben did really, really right. But I just don't immediately pick it up and think, this is what I want to dungeon crawl with. It's like, there's a lot of very interesting ideas for... It's like a grab bag of TTRPG mechanics and random tables that I feel make a lot of sense as like introductions of ideas. But as a complete game, I'm like, I don't know that I'm really getting the full vibe of it, right? Maybe if I would play it, you know, I get into it with something like that, then yeah. Lamentation style adventures that have like one monster might work well for Knave. Maybe that's the case. Is there a reason you censored Lamentations? It feels more like a supplement than a system. Maybe, it kind of does this thing where the writing is like always kind of jumping off the foot of you must have played other TTRPGs to want to pick this one up. And like, maybe like you can operate off that, right? Maybe you could jump with that and say, well, yeah, of course you must have played D&D in order to know this one over here. But like, I don't think that we should continue doing that. I feel like whenever people do that, it kind of like, it kind of hurts your buy-in, you know? Like it... And it can kind of lead to this feeling where people who have played a lot of other games don't really know what's going on, or they just don't really feel like they get a complete picture. That's why D&D has so much power. I mean, maybe, but like, it's only as much power as we give it. You know, I brought this up in my Shadowdark video. I think it would be great if games stopped talking about themselves like nobody would be interested in playing that without having played D&D beforehand. Let's just get rid of that. It's odd. Because people get told to start with D&D and then if you're trying new systems. I think that's kind of going away. Maybe, but like, I also think that might be a little bit too easy of an answer. Like, let's see. This needs to be as, wait, if it's as leather, here we go. I see a couple things kind of going on right now that I am a really big fan of, where I see, like, I'm hearing a lot about people that are trying to run Mouse Ritter, especially for kids. Oh man, yeah, I'm okay. I just got in a Boards of Canada mood. Yes. Oh hell yeah. So like with Mouse Ritter, it's starting kids out on like a role-playing game because the math is so easy. It is like everything is all above board. You see everything on the page. Whenever you are like making a roll, you know what you need to roll, right? It's all very apparent. It's all very right, just up front. I've been running Vagabond with kids as young as, how old is she? 6? I think she might have been 5 at the time. Kids as young as I'm just gonna be, I think 6. And everything made sense, right? So of course it took a little bit of explaining where it was like, okay, so that number right there, you see on your character sheet, you want to roll this die right here, and you want the number to be equal to that or higher. And then they're like, oh, okay, cool. But then if I like pick up 5e and I'm like, okay, so here's this die right here. You would want to like add this modifier over here, this number. So if I roll a 15, okay, what do I add to that? Do I add that 4 over here? Okay, cool. But now, because you have training in this, or like you're proficient in this, you add this other number over here to that roll too. That's called your proficiency bonus. So what's 4 plus 2? 6? Okay, cool. So you rolled a 15, so what did you get at the end? 21? Cool. By the time I start talking about adding anything, that kid has checked out. Super checked out. So I think in systems where everything's presented on your character sheet, I think these are going to wind up being the ones that are favored a lot more, especially with people with families and everything. And I mean, eventually it's going to make it to where people, it's going to be more than just like, oh, well, this is, you know, a child-friendly game or what the hell ever. Dude, D&D Basic was marketed as basically like a kid's game. I think it was, what, adults 10 years and up or some shit like that. And D&D Basic still gets played to this day. Speaking of Lamentations, you played a one-shot at a con, and apparently we were the only group to not wipe. Lamentations is such a odd duck, man. There's like smart ideas going on in Lamentations. The organization of the information is good. And God, I feel like I would say something and just completely kind of space on it. It's cursed. Like, it's got its problems, you know. And its problems are mostly just like trying to be edgy. Like, that's the main issues with it, I feel. I see, like, there are good ideas that get kind of screwed up by wanting to, like, push boundaries. And I don't think that the boundaries are pushed in interesting ways. I'm all here for, like, if a game can be, like, edgy and it's, like, doing something compelling, then I'm like, okay, well, like, we can be here for that. And I just don't know that Lamentations does. It has a bad rep for political reasons. I think, like, as far as James Raggi goes, like, Raggi is, from everything I've heard, Raggi's another free speech absolutist, and I've seen how that tends to rival people and instantly put them against progressives, or at least people who say that they're progressive online, you know. Like, I couldn't show Lamentations of the Flame Princess, like, here on stream. Like, even the cover itself would probably get a video taken down, you know? And I think, like, if the edge is achieved well, then, like, that's one thing. And I don't know that it is, right? It's a free speech absolutist myself, but you know the hate it brings. Yeah. I mean, there's also, like, the whole thing with, I mean, I don't know. Are you even able to really say what the fuck? Like, you know, working with Zach S is a thing that I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't do it. If he's gonna do it, that's on him. That's basically about all I can really say there. Yeah. Reviewing Limitations on YouTube, or YouTube would overwork an editor to death, probably. But that's the thing, is like, at its core, Limitations is like, okay. Where are we? I have it. Yeah, do I need to... I think those are nipples. I'm pretty sure those are nipples. Like, with this book, there is a lot of stuff that's in it that I'm like, oh, okay, well, there's an interesting assortment of the information. Like, I mean, by all intents and purposes, a lot of it just looks like an OSR book, right? In papers have the rule sets, like, hey, this is cool, right? But then there's just parts in here where it's talking about, like, with one of the summon spells, it can just... I don't remember what the exact thing was. I'm just gonna, like, paraphrase it. I think it was, like, there's a... forced orgy is, I think, putting it nicely. Yeah, like, the summon spell, whatever. And, like, look, if you're down with that, and, like, that's what your group wants to do, then, like, it doesn't really matter what people say on Twitter. That's, like, between you and your group, right? That's, like, you and your group. Is this D&D for BDSM or something? It's, like, Lamentations of the Flame Princess is a... It's, like... How do I put it? It's like if somebody watched The Witcher and was like, this is what, like, edgy stuff is in fantasy. Or, like, they watch Game of Thrones and they tried to run a game with, like, yeah, Ramsay Bolton is going to be the villain of this. Ramsay Bolton is going to be the villain here. And it's like, okay, well, that villain comes with some territory that, like, hey, certain players might not be into, right? And the problem is, I've seen where, like, free speech absolutists will look at TTRPGs not as, like, the game and the experience, but they are an art form that is to be defended, right? And I'm like, okay, so I can get behind the idea, right? Like, it's an art form. It's something that is made to make you feel emotions, and it's created with an intent to make you feel this way, right? Like, gotcha, I gotcha. But I still think people should have the heads up for what they're about to experience, right? Movies are an art form. I agree. We have ratings on movies, right? This is where I think content warnings come into play. Music is an art form. And I still expect that, like, yeah, if I'm going to go out and buy, like, an Eminem album, it's probably going to have a parental, like, advisory label on there, you know? And in some cases, I want that because I want the heads up. The kid who might see it or read it or what the hell ever, like, I don't... Johnny, who's 12 years old, whatever, that's their parents' deal, okay? If those parents let that kid listen to it, that's them. I don't give two fucks, okay? But for me, if I wind up picking up an album and find out that, like, yeah, there's a, like, 30-minute section where the author or the artist narrates like, I don't know, beating his wife or something. I'm like, whoa, heads up. Like, I'm not really down for that, you know? And I want to know, you know? One of the only times I've ever had that like woof moment, was actually, Leigh Bardugo's, Ninth House. In Ninth House, I've still got the book over here. It was a good read. I would say that Ninth House was like a, 6 to 7 out of 10. Interesting concepts and all this other stuff. But boy, in like halfway through the book, there is a section that just hits you that you're not fucking expecting. And I was really not prepared for what winds up happening in that book. And this actually got pushed back enough to where Leigh Bardugo, I think they actually put a content warning on future prints of it. But effectively, I guess like here, like a essay warning for people that are in chat. The main character finds out that like they can see ghosts by getting raped by a ghost, or like sexually assaulted by a ghost, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, it doesn't breeze past it. It's not like a passing mention. It's like, it details it, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, whoa, hold up, hold the fucking phone, right? And I think this is published like, in like 2016 or something like that. Yeah. But like, I didn't know it was coming up. We actually recommended this for a book club. It was the recommended thing for a book club that I was reading that month. And then we let people know after, like, I always read the stuff like probably like a week ahead of where we recommend it for the book club or what the hell ever. And then once we've like decided, yeah, that's what we're going to do, then like, okay, well then I let everybody else catch up. I was a little bit ahead after we had suggested it, and then let the group know like, hey, didn't know that this is a factor in there. Heads up. This is going to be a theme later on for people. Just letting you know. But like having the heads up on that would have been like appreciated, especially because it's happening to a minor. So like, there's some situations where like, yeah, it would have been nice to have gotten a heads up there, because I wouldn't have recommended it, especially to a book club that had like, I think we were 8-4 female to male. I wouldn't have recommended it at the time had I known that that was going to be a thing that came up in there. But, we're all adults. We talked it out, right? It wasn't like a thing that was like, oh shit, like we have to like issue a apology and a public apology or whatever. No, it was like, oh fuck, okay, this came up, heads up, we moved on, right? Yeah, like Leigh Bardugo, Goblin Slayer's first episode could use a warning. Yeah. I don't think like the fact that Goblin Slayer basically became shock bait, where it was like, yeah, Goblin Slayer is that one where the hobgoblin does that to like what, 2 or 3 of the women in the first episode. Yeah. No, it was the fact that the story had it being a minor. Well, that too. Like, that's, if I remember it right. I'm like 99% sure that the character was a minor at the time that it happened. Berserk needs a mental health warning. Yeah. Does Berserk's books actually come with that? Like, again, it's not a thing of like, hey, these don't need to be in your stories. Like, that's not it. It's that like, hey, if this is going to be an element in your story, people should get a heads up. And the problem is TTRPGs didn't really have content warnings. It wasn't really like a thing for a while, or at least it wasn't like in the public consciousness for a while. Whenever it got brought up that like, yeah, certain TTRPGs have like these kinds of themes or whatever, it kind of turned into this thing where it was like, oh, okay, well, so we need to make sure that if we're doing this at our tables, having the content warnings is good. I think that's just a thing that like every TTRPG, like, hey, give people a heads up, like what's coming up in the story, right? That's just basically like, hey, we don't have a rating system, so like we're going to go with what we've all decided. Hey, like, heads up, here's the content that you should be aware of that we're going to involve in it, right? That's just like common courtesy. Not the it's funny because I think a lot of critics of safety tools tend to latch onto the Monty Cook checklist without really realizing that pretty much everybody has decided that like that's not really the way that we need to be talking about these issues. The Monty Cook checklist was like kind of a half-cocked idea, and it didn't really present itself well. If you're like a GM and you're letting your players know, like, hey, these are the things I was gonna do. Let me know if like this is a thing that you would or would not want to involve in the campaign or what the hell ever. Instead, the way it was presented was like, here you go. Please give this other person at this convention a list of all your deepest fears. And like that was bad. You know, that was not smart. Anybody that was like staunchly defending the Monty Cook checklist, Monty Cook even backed off of it, and they were like, "Yeah, no, we need to rethink this." We can critique these things and not have it be an assignment of our identities, you know. It's like, okay, well, we got to rethink what it means to put up a content warning on a book. We have to rethink what it means to do these things like lines and veils. And figure out the better way to express that to people than just saying, hey, if you don't do this, you're not a cool liberal, and therein you need to be publicly shamed for it, or what the hell ever. Like, because that's kind of what was going on, like, what was that, 2021? 2020, 2021, maybe 2019. Yeah, that was hell of a time to be online. You originally thought the trigger warnings were a form of censorship, but as you got older, you realized it's important to warn someone. Yep, I can absolutely agree. A part of the problem, though, was that even the people who were like, you know, really, really pushing for this stuff did not do a good job of explaining why it was even there, and we're pushing it as this idea of like, if you don't go with this thing that we're promoting, you must be hateful. Or what the hell ever. You're not one of the good liberals. And it was a fucking atrocious time in this industry. A massive problem at your table. Your players got uncomfortable fast. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, people gotta start backing off of that. 4.5, 4.5. So 9, 18, 22, right? 4.5 on that. Yeah, 22. Input speed, yep, got that. Number appearing, 1. Interesting. Morale 12. Yep. Yeah, I've got to figure out how to do the split thing easier. So, acid, shock, and slash. Damage is 2d6. Okay, that's good. Half its current hit points round up and are one size smaller. Their pseudopods do... Yep, half damage. Are one size smaller, and their pseudopod attacks still, yeah. If it's larger than small and subjected to shock or slash, it splits into 2 ochre jellies that have half its current hit points, round up, and are one size smaller. Their pseudopod attacks deal 3d6 instead. Okay, so threat level calc. I've got the calculator over here. Hit points 22. Armor 0. Damage 7. 1.7. That feels about right. Shambling Mound 36. Immune. Yep. What happens to the jelly when you spread it on toast? I mean, the toast might get tastier, but that's if you can get it in time. If you can eat it in time, maybe. 7, 9, 18. 3.9. I like that. That means... Woo! That is punching pretty hard, though. What if we even give it 1 armor?
4.7?
What does a Shambling Mound have as armor in Basic Expert? Not the Immortals. Give me... God, I would love the ability if someone was just like, hey, let's take the rules cyclopedia and give it a brand new layout. Get me that goddamn job, please. This is a great book. It's just the layout is so bad. You don't have a Shambling Mound in here. OSE? Gotta go. Girlfriend says, hey, have a good night. Looking for the Shambling Mounds. Slithering Tracker. Yeah, there we go. 9. Okay. I want to make sure that we're in agreement with what all they put in the OSE as well. I think its morale would be way higher, right? Yeah, 12. Where did I get these stats from? Okay, so we'll say D4 there. 20 feet, but it can swim. 2D8. Yep. Suffocating 2D4 rounds. Okay. All weapon damage is reduced by half. If it's this being's second slam attack, God, you guys, this is gonna drive me nuts. I don't know why it chooses to do one or the other. Like, I don't know why it chooses to do the straight apostrophe, and then for some it chooses to do the curved. Like, if I do G, okay, so T, S, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I have no idea why it does that. Melee attack. Restrained and suffocating if it's this being's second slam attack ahead of this turn. And if the target is this being size or smaller, okay. Hits it with both. Boom. We have the same codification in there. Fire immunity. Got you. Lightning growth. It gains 1 hit die from the shock absorb, right? Gains 1 hit die. That's funny. Seep. Damage reduction. Reduces all damage dice by half. What's its Thaco? +7. So 16 AC though. I think that's as plate. So I think for Vagabond, we can represent that as this. And we don't have to worry about reducing the weapon damage size. Or sorry, we don't have to worry about doing any math with the halving because that's covered there. Is it as precise? No, but we're okay. Plate is a 16, so we'll just do that. All right. Now let's take a look. 9. Wait. 42. 18, so 2 slams for 9, 9. That means 5.5. Yeah, those numbers are a lot closer together. Here we go. 45 on the Treant. Is that really what they've had? $36. Oh, geez, that is really not that much. 36 hit points. 2. That says +1 plate. Okay. Speed 30. Yep, we agree there. Yeah, I agree on the 1d4, not a d6. I just thought like the damage from Axis was cute. Wait, morale 9. Yeah, got that. Oh shit. A tree in how far away? 60 feet. Okay. How much HP is H hit dice? 4.5. You can roll it out if you want, but I mean, it's easy to just assume it. So we got the 2d6 there. Oh shit, yeah, this is hitting way harder than it should. That should be 7. Okay. Fire, poison, damage from plate. Okay. Having 3 already is really good. 7, 7, 14. 5.5. Knew we need to buff those guys a little bit. Is there anything else looking at this one? Of course, it's going to run up there, hit shit. That's its thing. The tree is animated as a treant. The only action it has is this treant slam attack. What do they say? Yeah. The only action it has is this. The D6 slam. Uh, right. Man, what's the... One second. Yeah, I don't know how treants in most worlds aren't a huge parasite. Because, like, if they can just animate trees infinitely, like so many games keep seeming to, like, implicate, that seems like, I mean, maybe that there's an adventure seed in there. Dude, we can't get the treants to stop fucking making more treants and hit die 4, 18, 0 on the armor, damage 55. That needs to be specific. .5 to 0.9. Okay. Violet fungus. This is not what I originally thought it was, because it seems different in 5e compared to everything else. Dude, they have my favorite Zorn art in OSE. Yeah. Let me see here. Wait. How would this... Here we go. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at that fucking Zorn. He's just like a big ball putting stones in his head. And these... Yeah, oh my god. I love that artwork. It's so goofy. At least in some systems, the animation is explicitly temporary. Yeah, it should be. Like... That should probably require, like, focus, at least. Like... Here. There we go. Yeah, because otherwise it feels so wild that, like, treants just... Why don't they... If they just want to take over the world, why not keep constantly animating these things? Okay. What did they say in OSE about violet fungus? 5 foot tall carnivorous mushrooms. Yep. 3. So the 13. Yep. Yep, they don't make morale checks. Okay. Rot flesh. Damn, they're not weak to fire? Or anything like that? So, spore is bad, but they've traditionally always had these tendrils. And... they just do 2 of these. Two X tendril. And these do how much damage? Damn! Five in passenger becomes sickened CD8. +1 fatigue each round. Damn. Adding more critters. We're just getting the threat level calculations correct on everything. This has been my job for the last, like, 5 days. Is correcting things, making sure that it's in alignment with, like, basic expert. We want to make sure that if we call for something in Vagabond, like in an adventure, that people can still use it with, you know, whatever system. 12 is as leather. Dude, violet fungus, don't fuck with them. What do we got? 13 armor 1 damage. That's 10 damage. Dude, yeah, these guys are rough. The vortex 9. Yeah, poison, shock, physical. Yep. 9 right here. Armor 0. Oh, wait, let's do 3 there because of the physical from non-relics. Yeah, violent fungus, yeah. Damage. That's right. So the most damage that this can do is... This is not a big... well, it kind of is kind of a nuisance. We're not going to put that this can do 20d6, but this is how you just drop a motherfucker. Okay. Medium or smaller close beings must pass endure, or at the start of their turns or become drawn into this being's space. Any medium or smaller being that shares its space is restrained and suspended in the air. Yeah, well, because what you do with this is the vortex, the way that you play this one out is you go in there and anybody, like, you don't make an attack. You go in there and anything that is in the vortex's space, if it fails this endure save, okay, so then it's suspended in the air. Yeah, there we go. Yes. I think it needed to get spelled out a little bit more. Okay. So what this does is you go into their space and like get them picked up. And then because it has 40 feet of fly, you rush and just move up in the air. And this thing's whole deal is the Aarakocra drop cheese. Like the vortex is like, yeah. So if we're trying to do an average on this, the best I can say is like, reliably on the first turn, if you were to move up 40 feet of fly is 46. So 7 and then 14. 4.9. Yeah, and if your buddy gets taken away by that and you don't have any way to like stop them from taking damage, your buddy's gone after that first round. If you encounter this thing super early on, it might even not have to get 20 feet up in the air to kill you. It's just gonna fucking drop you quick. Yeah, vortexes are pretty scary. Yellow mold. 9. Armor is 0. The damage is going to be 3.5 and then becomes sickened. Plus 1 fatigue. Hey, Amelia. Yeah. That's that whole thing is just, it is the immobile element. Okay. We don't really need that to be there. Yeah, the vortex is like the fear of falling incarnate. What? You're like, oh. Why does it have a U? Why does it have a U? Hang on. What have you? Whirlwind, endure. Mold? Oh, that's just how they spelt it. That's how they've spelt it since, like, back in Basic Expert, I think. Alright. Go to... Core Cloud. Okay. Mold is like what you pour plaster in? Well, it's just what they've traditionally spelt it as. Gonna double check. Yeah, it's just what they've always spelt it as. No speed. Yep. Number appearing. Oh, damn. Really? D4? Dude, I have seen yellow mold fucking people up. Cold shock poison. Acid cold. Yeah. Acid cold shock poison physical. Weak to fire. I do like having a smaller I like having a smaller pool of these damage types in here. It's just so much easier to list all this stuff out. And it makes sense. It's like elemental damage, physical damage, but it's weak to fire. Super weird, you never noticed that. How you spell it? What, mold? Yep. 10 square feet. Ah, so it's actually large. Spore cloud, yep. The area, yep, cool. We got that. That is all in agreement. British though, so oh man. Okay, we got that. Let's head over. Oh, we are at the last section of it. Oh my god, we've almost got the whole threat level calculation done. Okay, Banshee. They have a Banshee in OSC. I am just trying to check and see if we are in alignment on all that. Banshee, they do. Okay, 31, yeah. Morale 12, yeah, they never retreat. Undead. The whale touches a D8, yeah. The scream. God damn. All within it, you once per day it can use that whale? Yeah. Right? Yeah, near it. Yep. All within 30 feet must save versus death or die. Usable only once per day and usable only during hours of darkness. Immediate death. Yeah. It failed by 5 or more. I don't think this needs to be a casting. We don't need to prevent it with anti-magic. Yeah. Action. All near who hear it will, and once per day. Yeah, I don't think it needs the damage. That is so... Death if failed by 5 or more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unless the weapon is silvered. Yeah, okay. Immune to cold. Oh, or shock. Weird. I wonder why. Okay, so cold, shock. Yeah, mind affecting mind reading spells. Got all that. About action. Yeah, there we go. Frightened. Yeah. Cool, that works for me. Okay, frightened until they pass the check on a subsequent turn or proceed 6 rounds after. Yeah, we can probably get rid of that. That just doesn't really have an effect. Okay. Cool. 8. Yep, got all that. Okay. Hey, what up, Phil? We got 31. We got yeah, that's good. We're gonna count that as a 3. Damage is 4.5, but like it does have the potential to like wail and just fucking kill you. So like we can't really factor too much of the damage in that. That's gonna be what that's gonna be. I can only do that scream once a day though. That a banshee can often count as a fade depending on its origins. Oh yeah. Yeah, I really dig their background. Okay, skeletons. I always thought these were just supposed to be little mooks, like they're just tiny minions and crap. They're not really supposed to be super significant. Yep, 4 hit points, right? As leather? Really? Wow, how weird. Huh. You're working on adventure layouts. Your design student's actually a good study hall for me. Hey. Immune to fire, and we no longer have psychic damage. Physical from silver weapons. Should be blunt. Yes. Beings, yeah. There we go. Taron goes on a tangent because of chat. I'm guessing. Well, yeah. The most of the time, whenever I was ever in a classroom, it was always a gag about like how can we make the teacher, how can we do anything to make the teacher not talk about what he wants to talk about today. So we have 4 there, 1 here, 3. So it's the 3 and 2.5. So 3.5 plus 2.5. So 6. That's 6, right? Yeah. 1.9. Sweet. Ugh. I mean, technically, in a round, the thing I love is the fact that it literally just has to walk at you, and you're taking this fire damage at the start of your turn. Yeah. So 3.5, 3.5, 7 plus 2.5, so 9.5. Let's just do that to see. 2.5. Yeah, that makes sense. You probably want to put, like, I mean, one person can take care of this for sure, but, like, if you have 2 of these up against the party, that could be bad. Okay, Carrion Clump. Yeah, this is a newer one. Pastor becomes sickened, CD6, stinks, and can't speak from retching. Yep. 3d6. Yep. Okay, so we have 9 here, 0 here. We have damage-wise 3.5, 0.9. Cool, we have a little minion. So they're boned, you mean? Church Grim. This is my homage to Vaesen. 2x. If both claws hit the same target, we can get rid of that. Melee attack. Here, we'll just get rid of that. Okay. Yep. And can you come over here? Are you all here? Yes! Sick. Flaming bastards. Yeah, I just think, what do you guys see? Like 5 skeletons that are on fire. 3. Making a character named Mandy and having a church grimace into it earlier. So, 2.5. Okay. Claws. 7. 11. 4.6. Yeah, I mean, it is just like a big fucking cat that has like werewolf power. I can't help it, man. I think those are so goddamn cool. Oh yeah, the other thing that you're gonna see, because we removed holy damage, a lot of the monsters that were originally weak to holy now have sunlight interactions, so it makes it to where luminaries are quite good. Weird fucking cat. Yep. A weird cat fucking. Vampire. We can move you over here. And then Wraith, Zombie, Boomer. We'll figure this out because something over here is going to get cleaned up. I just know what'll happen. Ghoul. I want to double check my Ghoul with OSEs. Suddenly that one perk looks a lot better. Yes, it is very good. The thing that I like is that creating sunlight in this feels significant. Yep. Two times claw. Yep. And bites. Yeah. Paralysis. Yes. Yep. Okay. 2d4 turns. So it's saying. Yep. CD4. So this is. Okay. 4. Let me see here. 2, 3. Damn. That might not be 2d4 turns, but it sure feels like it. Okay, wait. Are we also got a jockey? Oh, I gotcha. Or while in sunlight? It can't be reduced below 1 hit point unless dealt by a crit, damage is weak to, or while in sunlight. I think that's all you need. I think you can actually get rid of this. Grammatically, I don't know, grammar nerds in chat, let me know. Can it just be this? It can't be reduced below 1 hit point unless dealt by a crit, damage is weak to, or while in sunlight. Can it be that simple? Can we have a smoker from Left 4 Dead? Maybe? Could be something for an expansion, maybe? Ghoul is 13, so that's as... What? +1 leather? As leather plus shield? Yeah, it's not quite right in Vagabond, though. We're just gonna say this. Yep, it's leather. Damn, does that really make ghouls scarier? Physical from silvered weapons, yeah, so that applies there. Think it works. No while. It can be reduced below 1 hit point unless dealt by a crit. Weak it is or damage it is weak to, or in sunlight. Does it need the while it is in sunlight? Ghouls also sometimes resale workers, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes less. Yeah. No, I agree. There's no way that album's already over. No, I've got it on shuffle. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard Happy Cycling yet. Okay. 1 and then 2 claws. So 5 plus 3.5. 8.5. 2.4. Shit. Okay, mummy, go. And we got a mummy lord over here now. Zambo. I think. Yes. Yes. All right. Sick. There's that. We're going to clean up this with the zombie feature on other stuff. Yep. While it's in sunlight. Yep. Okay, so I think the Lich is I need to compare. What are they doing with the Lich in OSE? Dude, their art for their Lich is awesome too. Body magic users should do yada yada yada. Cast spells as a 14th level magic user. Paralysis for 6 turns. Holy shit. Yeah, I like what's going on currently with this one. Frightened, yes. We have done that. I want to make sure we clean up the countdown dice. Okay. Aura of Fear. $49, yeah. This one doesn't have a fly speed. That's part of its spells, isn't it? How weird. Is there any way the zombie could be weak against something other than silver? Or say, unless the damage is a crit from a silver weapon or while in sunlight? I was trying to figure out what there would be. I was trying to think of what other, like, because I've watched, like, rewatched all of Evil Dead this year. And it's just like, they just keep beating the fuck out of them. Like, whenever it comes to zombies, there's not like a certain thing that they're weak to. It's just, I mean, so that's why we have the sunlight as a part of it, right? But yeah, as far as I keep looking into with different like monster movies, it just seems like zombies are like, it's sunlight, and that's their, either that or silver. So that's kind of what we're doing for Holy, right? I don't really know what else it would be. Something it's weak to makes an overarching in case other creature has zombie is weak to. Yeah, something like that. What's Kelsey saying about it? Liches. Interesting. Self, okay. Yeah. Don't they use some kind of silver elements for embalming too? Is that just a myth? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Would relic weapons play a role? Yeah. It should, I think. But I mean, at that point, like... Oh, wait, we need to get rid of Psychic. Like, silvered weapons aren't that hard to come up with. Mechanic isn't relevant to zombie right now, but its weakness factor in knowing how to standardize the language of the mechanic is valuable. Wait, for what? Hang on, did I miss something on that? Dual hander, especially super weak to gold. Oh yeah. Silver has antibacterial properties. Yeah, let me see. What'd you say, Phil? Direct listing instead of referencing the loose. Just direct listing instead of referencing is loose. Unless there's other weapons it's weak to. You do Electrum weapons? Well, I would guess that would be a matter of, like, if Electrum is even a thing in that world. But, I mean, I was just kind of going with what they had in, like... older editions as far as what made a weapon kind of like blessed or holy, right? I mean, there's definitely, you know, holy water. We do have the lines of salt illuminated by sunlight. It's burning while in sunlight. So we do have that. Maybe. Maybe. Oh shit, the lich. I didn't do the threat level calculation. Hang on one sec. Okay. Because we're almost done with the threat level calcs. 49 is going to be a 3 because of the physical from non-relics. If there's no mechanic in the game that makes a creature weak to something, then better to specify what overcomes the 1 hit point minimum instead of using self-referential terminology that adds work to readers. So it refers to the damage it's weak to, and that's the hang up there. If there's a mechanic in the game that makes a creature weak to something, then better to specify what overcomes the 1 hit point minimum instead of using self-referential terminology that adds work to readers. I feel like I'm half getting what you're saying, Phil. I didn't read the vampire stat. What can I say before I rub garlic all over my body? We'll get you covered. Phil is saying just to list silvered weapons in the zombie ability rather than the damage it's weak to. Oh, like down here? If there's a means of adding weakness to this zombie, then the game needs to codify how to express conditions caused by damage from sources they're weak to. Yeah, I like leaving this open because if there is something we would like to add in later on that could make it weak to this, right, then I would like to open that up. And I think instead of it being that specific down here, then it's just, okay, it's weak to, it's weak to physical from silvered weapons. I don't think that's that much of a hang up. And this still leaves it open to where we can expand on this later. Right? So, like, if there is a thing that eventually gets added in that's like, you can make it weak to this type of damage right here, I'd like to keep that open. And also with holy water, we can put that, you know, undead are weak to this type of whatever damage this deals. And that could get rid of the zombie. I do, like, I understand where you're coming from. I think in some ways, it's like, yeah, we could close it up, but in others, like, I do like the idea of leaving it open like this. Because it means that we could come up with other ways in which you can cause a creature to be weak to certain things. And I think that's kind of cool. I also think that with Hunter, them being able to insta-kill it would be cool. I guess that's kind of where my head is at on that. 2x claws. You dig it personally. I like it. If it does cause a problem, I'll remember. Wait, that's automatic. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Long sword there, energy drain, yes. Multi-attack there. I think that's the last multi-attack to take care of. Weapon by weapon. Yes! All the multi-attack is taken care of. Okay. Sick. I think about the damage types, holy and fire. Those are common for undead to be weak to. You think about the damage types, holy and fire. Yeah, so we got rid of holy. Holy is going to be handled by silvered weapons and holy water. And if you wanted to go with that as a like damage narrative, that's all good. But we're getting rid of codifying holy because it just got to be so good to deal holy all the time that it's a damage type that just doesn't really need to exist. Hang on a sec. So we got 49. 3, let's see, 2 actions. So remember 1, 2, and if it gets the same one, like this 66 right here, right? So, oh, wait, 21. So 21, 21, 42. 10.5 for the Lich. I said 5. What? Okay. Now that you know the thoughts, you suggest, no, you're good, Phil. You think the actual grammar there is, it can't be reduced below 1 hit point unless damaged by a crit, damage it's weak to, or while in sunlight. It can't be reduced below 1 HP unless damaged by a crit. Oh! Damage it's weak to or while in sunlight. Yes. Okay, no, I got you. Yeah. Yep, that's why that was hanging there. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Cool. You have to understand the mechanic to know the language. Yeah. Well, and what that also means is, like, there may be ways to guarantee the crit. So, like, it's not just finding the weakness. It's also, like, how can we possibly make sure that you crit it this time, you know? Damaged by a crit. No, wait, because that... Hang on. Because what if it was damaged by a crit earlier? You know what I mean? Now it feels like this is kind of like, ugh. You're getting stream chat before actual YouTube chat. This is unheard of. Yeah, I found out that why it was happening, that there was such a bad delay. And it was that YouTube just had me set for all of my streams to have like really high latency. And I was like, oh, that's not good. So I went on and like, so the way that you have to get around that with YouTube is you have to go in and schedule the stream and hand select ultra low latency. Otherwise, YouTube defaults to putting you on high latency, and you get into the issues that we were in where like you guys would type some, or like I would say something, and then I see you all's reactions like 30 seconds later. Yeah. Now it's like, yeah, but now it's like pretty instantaneous. It's just annoying that I have to go in there and keep resetting this every time. And it also fixed my bitrate because, as I can see, Restream is very happy with my current bitrate. Oh, man. Yeah, you remember it took ages. Yeah, it was pretty bad. CD6 after, yes. Your aura. This should be on, that's the Death Knight. This should be also on the Lich. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have the video up on your 4K TV. Looks great. Holy shit. I do what I can. Here, let me see here. Endure. Yes, cast. Remote. Remote. Right. And I'll show you guys something kind of cool here in a little bit. I say a little bit. It'll probably be the next thing I do after this, because I've had some people asking me, "Hey, Taron, what do I do about monsters that have like Vaesen magic spells in their stat block? How do I read that for Vagabond?" Luckily, the system is pretty good at catching that for you. But I want to make sure that we get this clear. And I had a moment the other day where I came up with a stroke of genius. Physical from non-silvered weapons. Yeah, sure. Okay. Damage. 3.5. Yeah, you can fight a mummy really early, but having this curse, ooh, that's fucking rough. It can't regain hit points or remove fatigue, and it loses 10 hit points every day. Do not throw this at a first level party. Those are the kinds of things that I like as common sense things whenever it's talking about like the stat blocks, and part of why like challenge rating systems, like especially for like D&D, just don't really, they're not really indicative of like everything the monster can throw out. I love so much whenever there's something unconventional that can like kill the PCs, that's like in a stat block like this. So like this, it can't regain hit points and or remove fatigue. Oh, that's a curse. And that's, yes, you get the fuck rid of this ASAP. God, I love shit like that. Probably doesn't need to be 3d6 on the mummy. We can do 3 every day, and that still feels scary. Now the mummy lord. 58. 2. We can say 3 here because of the physical from non-relics. 3.5 curse touch, so 10. 10.5. Okay. Yeah, so this is gonna say 5.5. That is not right. If we were to say 21 on this, that brings it up to a 7.2. We're gonna do that. And then on subsequent turns, it's just gonna keep fucking people up. That mummy lord should not be screwed with. You're gonna need to sit down and read through the current Vagabond release. There's going to be another one going out very soon. 3.5, 3.5. What if we do this as 7? 7. We do this as 3. We do this as 27. 4.1. That armor. Yeah, that armor is not really indicative. You're just gonna keep showing up blissfully unaware of any updates. So every time I hear Lord, I think of the song. Everybody wants to react. Up, Mummy Lord. I can't tell your life. 4.1. I'll just say that. Dismantle early. Yeah, right. What are the ways to remove curses? So these are going to be story explanations in the game, but there are things being added that will allow you to remove curses. One of the other things that I haven't really talked about here that you all are going to see in this expansion, or I say this update, is there are a lot more alchemical items. There are going to be more relics. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, a shadow. Yeah, and then damage is 5. As 8, that needs to be capital H. $3.5. We're probably overvaluing physical from silvered weapons. Because that should... Oh, wait, no, that's... I'm an idiot. Yeah, that I was overvaluing that. What do they have the Shadows hit points as in OHE? Or OSE? OHE? What? We're just going to do this as 2. These things need to go down quicker. Yep. 9. What? I don't know why they do the 2+2. Can't be knocked unconscious. Fatigue, right? Yeah. Unconscious. Can only be harmed by magic attacks. Damn. Dude, I legitimately think like Shadows got a bit... I think Shadows are just so underrated. Like, they just don't get the fucking respect. If Legend Message you said, Death is good. Reference to the road to El Dorado. Oh, but and this is referring to Fantasy Shadow, but every time I read Shadow on a monster that like the ultimate life form. Oh, Shadow, yeah. Yeah, these are one of those ones where like, yeah, it doesn't really matter that this is here. It's still so scary. Shadows are fucking absolutely so goddamn good as a monster, and they're ridiculously strong. 5, 3.4. Yeah, I'd still say this is... Yeah, 12 on the morale. All right, 4. Skelly Boy. Skeleton. Yeah, as leather. This needs to come back down. Leather. Yep. Get rid of holy. Yep. Physical from silver. Why specifically physical form on the damage? Physical from on the damage. It feels to me like it should be listed as part of the weapon property. A silvered weapon does physical damage that counts as silver for enemies weak to it. Why specify physical from in the damage? It feels to me like it should be listed as part of the weapon property. A silver weapon does physical damage that counts as silver for the enemies weak to it. I don't really know how to write silver damage any other way. We could just write silvered in here, but if we spell it out, at least it's like they can't really confuse it that way. I guess we could just write physical from silvered, or like silvered physical, I guess, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Skeleton. D6 are by weapon. D6 are, yep. How am I writing D6 are by weapon and other stats? How am I doing the parentheses? I feel like I already fucking forgot this. For your Miss Mingen? For your Ms. Mingen ancestry. Pretty sure that's what you ever worked on for your one item. Physical isn't weak to. There is some where I'm glad I'm getting ahead of this. Okay, multi-attack. This can go away. CD4. Yep. This is always rolled during the round. Yes. CD4. Bye-bye. 6. CD4. Need to keep trying to get rid of these where I can, because it's also saving me space. Susceptible to gold, unlike any other Fae. You don't have a susceptibility to cold iron. You're damaged by such a weapon made of gold. You take the maximum amount of damage possible. You don't hit supernatural trait. I gotcha. Yeah, I sometimes wonder, like, do we need to keep constantly putting in like things like, unlike this other thing that you're usually called, this other thing is here. Like, I find that there's a lot of there's a lot of assumptions that get made around like the way that D&D features are written, that I always kind of wonder what stuff would be written like had D&D not had the influence on people that it's had. Like, so much of D&D feels like it's trying to come up with like why a thing shouldn't work in every situation, instead of like the way that OSR stuff is written, where it's like, here's this thing, can you do it in this other thing? Yup. Like, it's yeah. Okay.
Dwarf goblins.
Who's that? Yelpsy747. Hey, welcome. Bring that back up. Let's catch in a couple of these real quick. I didn't realize that I had missed. Yeah, yep. Melee attack, multi-attack, melee attack, melee. 30 feet, damn, near. That's what that needs to say. Melee attack, near. Yes. I'm looking for as weapon. There is a way that I have been writing this that I wanted to make sure I hadn't. Okay, not here. Orc by weapon. Is it as weapon? It says by weapon in here? Yeah, I guess that's right. What was I writing it as? Okay. I need to make sure that any as weapon is actually by weapon. Let's see. Show me potato salad. Okay. Or, here we go. Is the seal looking Smilodon a bunyip? No, it's a sea lion. Or okay. I want to make sure that this is correct. By weapon. Oh, back. We gotta keep this unified. Yes. Yes, my child. Yes. Oh, damn it. The things I do for you all. 3d6. Okay. Motherfucker. It's supposed to be a 3d6 for bioweapon. Hang on. Sorry, we're almost done with this. It's supposed to be a d6. My weapon. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. We got all that. Oh, damn it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Good, good. Good. Oh, awesome. Okay. That's unified. All right. This is what we got going on, chat. We do love our trait tags. Yeah, I get it. A lot of people really like the way that Pathfinder has things sorted out. I just think that Pathfinder kind of expands it out to where it's a bit too complicated. I don't think that the experience that I really like is made better by adding. I think the kind of experience that like Pathfinder can provide can be provided much simpler. It's kind of where I'm at. If I'm looking at the amount of bloat I'd like to take on with a system, unless it's doing something absolutely incredible, it really has to justify why it's any more complicated than something like Merkborg or Shadowdark. Because, like, I mean, it was funny. I had this thought the other day. Like, it doesn't seem like people are buying 5e stuff, so I was like, weird. What's the go-to? What happens if, like, people just decide they're no longer going to buy D&D stuff? Well, seems like a lot of people are going over towards Shadowdark these days. They have a pretty thriving community, and the way that I kind of judge that is not by how many of my products are selling, it's how good are the Kickstarters doing. And if people are supporting the Kickstarters, then, like, you can kind of judge the market based off of that. So if you go and you look at like what's getting funded by like Shadowdark Kickstarters, they're doing pretty goddamn good. Same thing happens with Merkborg, but like the D&D Kickstarters, unless it's like got a pro behind it, or like a major YouTuber, shit, even the ones that have pros behind them are maybe breaking 100K. But if I look at like Shadowdark or I look at Merkborg, it's not hard to see those are kind of fucking booming right now. So I'm like, okay, would I born from a head? These are brewed by an adder. Chicken feathers. Chicken cursed. Did that save us that space we needed? Fuck yeah, it did. Uh, 39. What? This probably feels like they keep the base mechanics very basic. So the more fun, intuitive evolution of that idea becomes a class feature fee, etc. Instead of just simply make something really fun. Yeah, I still I still really want the modularity of like character creation, but still figuring out like what's the thing that has to be sold to you about like this is what it means to feel like you are playing a barbarian, for example, right? Like that's always the like that's kind of been the process. What I've been doing with Vagabond was like, what feature can we give you that makes you feel like without this, barbarian is incomplete? What makes you, if we took this away, you no longer feel like a barbarian? There were a couple times where like people were telling me things that were just clearly they like bigger damage numbers, and so that was bad playtest feedback. It's more so about like how fun does the thing feel and why does it make you feel that way. And if the feedback comes in and it's like, okay, well, this Ludo narrative, I guess, is the thing that sells me, or maybe it's like, I feel that this is the one thing that makes me confident to live out the fantasy I have in my mind about this character, or something like that. Cool. Okay, we can work with that, absolutely. It should say near. Because they've got big, long necks. That's freaky. Yeah, I need to hear the feedback of, like, why did this make you feel that way? Why did it make you feel that way? Why do you think that this barbarian is no longer a barbarian if we get rid of this thing right here? And sometimes it's honestly the reactions that people have to, like, this thing is getting removed. And if they're like, wait, why? Then it's like, interesting. Okay, so then that must have been very important to you. If that's the case, and you're asking why we pulled something away, then we need to investigate that feeling right there. And if it's just because of a damage number thing, then I'm usually like, oh, okay, I don't care. Then we move on. But if it's like, no, realistically, like, I can't imagine Barbarian without this, then I'm like, cool, we figured something out. There we go. So that'll fit there as soon as we get the goddamn bug moved up, right? You move up here, Sturge? Yes! Yeah, in some ways you kind of gotta upset some people to make progress. Okay. Maybe flip the pick. I don't want to fuck up the artist's watermark. Although I do think it's just mirrored anyways. Yeah, wait, it's just the same thing backwards or forwards. What a unique advantage that has. Cool. Yeah. Orange. There we go. Move that down. Yes. Sweet. Troglodyte troll. Werewolf. Ooh, did we just come up with more? Do we have any way we could make more space? Oh, come on. Cold, weak to fire and poison. Yeah, that has to be there. Wyvern. Look, if we have to get rid of something being weak to something to keep that space. See, we can get rid of rounds. We don't really need the 10 feet here. We're about to start making nerfs just to save some space. Like, werewolves that live long. Ooh, god damn it. Can we get one more line? People just want to rage class, that's why. Well, and it's also interesting to see, like, where the... What the things are that people really cling on to. What are the things that make people go, like, yeah, like, I can't imagine a wizard without this over here. I can't imagine a fighter without this. Fighter has been the hard one to get right, man. Because Come on. Because with fighter, it's always like, yeah, what do we are favored? To constantly go berserker favored? Anger issues? Come on, let's Taron, what's this cringe shit? Get that out. To find it in snow based on sight or get it out of here. Alright, Yeti. Look at that. And just like that. Just like that, we make a page. Yeah, with like coming up with a fighter was always like a bit rough. So many people have a different vision for what they want a fighter to be. And it's also that way with like any martial artist you're going to push out there. So many people have a different vision of what they think that is supposed to be. And if you don't have like their vision of that, like, hey, I can't roll up the martial arts style that I studied for like 8 years whenever I was a kid. And because of that, I think that your class kind of fails. That's always been an interesting bit of feedback. Because I think it kind of goes to show that, like, the scope is reduced down to, like, nothing but my purely subjective experience there. Wait, psychic, get rid of this. Physical from, how about just weak? It's like pizza. It's seemingly basic, but everyone has a different type. Yeah. I think in some ways, Dungeon Crawl Classics' fighter is probably like the most vanilla-ass fighter you're gonna run into. But I would have probably taken a lot more inspiration from there had it not involved arbitrary math. Dungeon Crawl Classics' fighter calls for like adding making additions to like the damage you deal and your attack roll, which just isn't really Vagabond. Here we go. There's that. Probably can 9 2.2. There we go. Eat. Like label it less generically and more based on the fantasy. But that's the thing, is like the fantasy is different. Like legitimately, everybody's vision of fantasy is a different thing. I mean, generally we can agree at like, yeah, you know, elves, dwarves, that kind of shit. But even in some worlds, they're like, nah, we don't have dwarves. Whether or not they have Dragonborn, it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe not. This needs to be as leather. I'm gonna double check this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? So whenever everything is that subjective, being like, all right, so how do we capture the essence of what it means to be a fighter? Okay, well, some people are going to say like gladiator. Okay, cool. I can stick it with that. But then the same person might go like, yeah, but what about John Wick? I'm like, okay, so can you make that same character with like this class right here? Well, I guess not, because it's like they're both kind of doing a different. One's like more modern, right? And then the other is like, yeah. I think it's all going to be based off of like what fantasy are you trying to hit? And I was always trying to go with more of the pulp vibe. So a part of that is like, I don't really want to do math whenever I'm playing these games. I want to do what I can to see like what's on the die roll. All right, cool. I don't add anything to that. Sick. Let's just keep moving forward. And I think that DCC may actually have the most fighter of any of the TTRPGs I've kind of gone through. But it just doesn't really gel with what I would really want even. I think that DCC does have a pretty good fighter as a class, but it's still not what I would want to play because I just don't want to add in arbitrary math as a part of playing this class. The moment that I start doing math, I'm immediately thinking that like this class is gaining a layer of complexity, and I'd like to play a game that doesn't cause me to do math. As stupid as this might sound, like I like to just play and like not really have to think too much, you know. Dragonborn niche, I don't know. Everyone always asks me if you can play the dragon people in the fantasy game when I talk TTRPGs. Maybe, like, I guess, but like, I just don't really feel like I run into that all that much. Whenever it comes to like Dragonbane, Dragonbane is so evocative with just having the fucking duck dudes that everyone's always like, oh, hell yeah, whatever those guys are. Like, and it's funny that you say that, because I feel like a lot more people are asking about playing tieflings. CD4. Because CD4, the countdown is always referring to a round timer. Dragonbane just ripped off RuneQuest, the superior fantasy RPG with duck people. Wait, you say ripped off? It was. Well, okay. So number one, they wore that on their sleeves. Number two, they were given permission to do that, so that's a whole other deal. Number three, it evolved into its own thing completely separate from RuneQuest and is a completely different system these days. Back during the like mid 80s, yeah. Well, it's because we didn't have translators to bring it over to Sweden, and the Swedes got sick of it, and they were like, all right, we're gonna make our own. Yeah, we're gonna make our own. So originally, Dragonbane started out as a Swedish translation, but remember, they had permission to. They just couldn't really do it. I think it was like Chaosium couldn't really do it because something about import. I don't know. I don't know for sure. And by the time that I think it was Target Games. By the time that Target Games had like kind of gotten through it, and they were doing like I think it was the 3rd or the 4th edition, they moved away from using D100s for skill checks and just decided to move the entire system over to using the D20. And that's whenever it became its completely own brand new system. In a lot of ways, like, yeah, it stayed around the basic fantasy kind of skin, I guess is what you can say. And like the world of Galarian still had a lot of influence on the world that they had built for Dragonbane. What is it? Trudvang? Is it Trudvang? Is that the right one? Yeah, Trudvang. Trudvang kind of became its own thing, and then the IP got all fucked up, and then it's been a whole mess. But yeah, these days Dragonbane is its completely own different deal. Wait, is the duck iconic from Dragonbane more Daffy Duck than Donald? Probably. Trudvang was a pseudo-Norse setting. Well, so was Dragonbane. Now it's just a board game? No. They brought it back as a TTRPG setting. Now, that was the sad thing, is they brought it back for 5e, but, you know. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, if you can't tell by the Modesto, right? So, like, you know, it's there. It exists. But, yeah, it's like, it's not in the hands of Dragonbane anymore. I did actually hear, though, that there's been an effort to convert everything from Trudvang over to Dragonbane. So, maybe? Yeah. The Swedes couldn't afford translators, but Finland had the whole Avalon Hill line translated. I'm proud to be Finnish. It was the 80s. Plus, like, TTRPGs weren't really, like, a guaranteed home run to, like, invest into. Let's go from Nah, it needs to just be weak. Yeah. There we go. Like, you can't get the 5e shows anymore. Yeah, they made it for a Kickstarter, and they didn't continue printing it afterwards. Very sad. But, I mean, I think it was like, what, Riot Minds made that? And I feel like a lot of people were saying that it's just kind of mid. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, it was like these guys made it. So these guys apparently were the ones that like had the IP for a second and then like just felt like it wasn't going to do anything, so they kind of gave the IP up. And now they've gone over into basically only making 5e material. So it's like, well, c'est la vie. Sad. If it was good, I guess see about PDFs on drive-thru or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's, yeah. As our text magically enhanced. Oh yeah, because of the Will-O-Wisp weird shit. Yes, that's such a cool. I thought that was such an interesting idea with what all happens with them. Will-O-Wisp actually turn around the whole concept of if you fight them. So like with a lot of D&D monsters, it's like you can't hit it unless it's with a relic weapon. Oh, sick. Okay. But with a Will-O-Wisp, it's the exact opposite. It's like if you use a magic weapon, they just miss. Like, oh, that's sick. You must collect all the PDFs to your Pokemon. Well, luckily, there's a lot of... I believe there's going to be a lot of Dragonbane material. One horn, one hoof. Okay, so horn... Yes, okay, so 6.5, 6.5, so 13 plus 7. So 20? 3.9? Damn. Look, just don't kill a unicorn. Can a team of first level characters kill a 5e unicorn? Man. Unicorn, 5e. Let's see. So armor class of 12 is nothing. All their attacks are basically going to hit. That's their primary. I honestly assume that in 5e, like if we're just looking at the way an encounter is going to go, unless its armor class is a 13 or higher, they're hitting this. 67. So within 3 rounds, can they deal 67 damage? So it's an average of like what, 20, 67 divided by 3. 22. Yeah, I'm typically assuming that like if the fight hasn't been determined by the 3rd round, it's most likely not going in the player's favor. 22.32333. So let's just say D8, so 4.5 plus 3, right? So 7.5 times 4, 30. I don't see this as a CR5. What makes it a CR5? It has legendary actions, which are nice, but the magic resistance is helpful. But, like, once they realize that it has magic resistance, you just beat the fuck out of it. Oh, the charge. That's right. They're really good at running away. No idea why it's a CR5. Yeah, I mean, the teleportation and everything. I don't think its hit points and its armor class justify a CR5. Yeah, what are they listed as? I mean, they don't have a challenge rating system in OSE, but I'm just curious what they have it, like, they have it as. Unicorn. Yeah, 18 hit points. 17? Wow. Its AC is higher in OSE. 2 times hoof and 1 times horn. Could it be the healing? Maybe that's the factor that they're trying to put in there, but like... No, because it can't heal itself. Yeah, they can't heal themselves. Oh, and they can right here, but it's a legendary action. Oh, and there's no... Is there not a cap on this? It's just cost 3. Dude, without the regeneration like that, yeah. It's to keep it out of range of Conjure Celestial. That's funny. Conjure Celestial caps at CR4. Yeah, wow. Yeah, if you could bring this back with Conjure Celestial. The heal self is good. Okay, here's the deal. The heal self, in the hands of the DM, this is fine. Yeah, if the players were to get a hold of this, they would do exactly what me, Josiah, Will, Treant Monk, and Colby did the other day, where we found out because... dude, this is so bad. So, like, whenever we found out that, like, oh, they're not going to kill Rue in the Winnie the Pooh one-shot that we did, that just became... I mean, you guys could see immediately what happened if you watch it. Treant Monk, Colby, and Josiah just did everything they could to keep jacking up Rue. And, it was like, oh, okay, well, he's going to just hold a necklace of fireball, whatever, right? So, like, he just used that, and that became, like, our entire strategy, you know? So if we find out that, like, yeah, this heal self thing, if we just can't kill it, then, like, we're just gonna keep loading up this unicorn with a bunch of, like, necklace of fireballs or what the fuck ever. Like, yeah. Oh, man, it was so funny. But looking at it for, like, OSE, I want to make sure I hit this right. So, yeah, this is... I thought it would be a much bigger deal if unicorns were not as beefy. 2 times hooves. And 1x horn. Yeah. And 1x hoof. Right, yep. 1d8, 1d8. 4. Yep, that should be a 4. And then horn is a d8. Yeah, damn, what did I build this off of? The heal is okay, but, like, that's not super harmful in any way. It's just there. I love that it can just teleport once per day up to 360 feet. It's just like, nay! Kieran is not a CR5 though, although yeah, that would scare me as a player rolling up on a Kieran. Yeah, I need to take a look at the Kieran because it's such a cool creature, and it just does not get enough love. Pull hoof again on that last one. Was if you meant horn. Wait, what? Oh, hoof and hoof. Okay, 4.5, 4.5. We need to teleport. It has the magic word. That's nice. Teleport. Cast. Self. Once per day. Okay. Hit points 18, armor 0. Yeah. Damage 4.5, 4.5, 9, 13.5. 2.7. 40 feet's good. Okay. Sweet. See, whenever I was talking earlier about how, like, doing the threat level calculation stuff, this is, like, the boring side of it that I was trying to do off camera. For stuff like that. Okay. So the unicorn isn't going to be the answer to all problems or something like that, but damn, it's good. Like, I would worry about this being in the hands of the players, especially on a recharge of CD6. Regains 76 hit points and removes the blind. Okay, or second status. Damn. Okay, got that. Okay. Sorry, skimming to see. I think we have all threat levels now are good, or did I fuck something up here? No, we still haven't done all that. Skeletons, yes, we stopped there because of the buy weapon. Okay, we're back on this. This is the last page of it we have to do. Vampire. Oh god. Would it remove hindered similar to the luminary? Would what remove hindered? I think I might have moved on, but I oh okay, gotcha. 36 2. What is their armor class in OSE? $17. So it's a +1 plate. That's +1 plate, yeah. Okay. 36. Okay. Survives the sickness, must endure, be turned into a vampire. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think the pierce from wooden weapons is kind of funny. There's not enough, like, wooden weapon weaknesses. We need to figure out, like, okay, we need a monster that is just, like, it's just the shittiest, like, all of its immunities or what the hell ever are just the worst of, like, no, it's immune to +3 weapons, and it only takes damage from rocks. Like, you have to beat it over the head with a rock in order to kill it. Here we go. 36-3 damage. 2 claws and a bite. Aren't slimes kind of like that? Do they have weakness? Do they have weaknesses? Kind of. I think it would be funnier to do stuff like that. I heard one that was so fucking funny that I need to put in here. Is that a joke or something I'm legitimately looking to do? I would love to do something like that. Yeah, let me throw it on its head. One of my favorite little weaknesses that I didn't know. I guess it was a thing on slimes, and then it whatever. Did you know that green slimes at one point were like weak to wine? If you poured like fine wine on a slime or on a green slime, it just like immediately died. And I'm like, oh my god, I love shit like that. 5.6. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it's like a chemical reaction that goes bad. Yeah. I thought that was like really interesting. Must see what kinship in this being. The target that passes this will save its. Okay. Yeah, it's like salt on a slug. Yep. Yep. The immediate thought is like on a because there's a couple things with a this is why if you look at here, I'll show you. So this did survive in some capacity, but they made it to where it just applied a bit more and it wasn't so specific. It was because of this right here. Any effect that ends the sicken status instantly kills this being. So this was originally like anything that would cure, or sorry, like antidotes or whatever, antitoxins, antivenoms, all that stuff would immediately kill the green slime. And it was like, oh, okay, well, there's alcohol in wine. So the thought process was it's an antibacterial, which means we could kill the green slime by pouring wine on it. And it was just like, it was a funny idea, and they kind of kept it up. But yeah, I always thought that was a kind of a cute little idea. Make it to where if you get it drunk, it just dies. 18. There's so many cute, like, cool things like that in OSR stuff that, like, it's not so much about specifically what the numbers say about, like, this is what the damage it deals or whatever, that it's, like, trying to encourage you, hey, think of, like, what are some ways we can circumvent this odd thing in here, right? It's rules lawyering, but, like, in a fun way. Physical, okay, it can't be damaged by physical damage from non-super weapons, so we're gonna put that on a 3. Damage 3.5 and +1. Okay, so 3.5 or 4.5. We're just gonna say that this is a 3.5. Yeah, as a white here, that is a 3rd level character. Yeah, these are the stats of a 3rd level character for sure. Like, mimic grapples being broken by alcohol, the adhesive dissolves. Yeah, yeah. Three, 3.5. 3.4. Okay, Zambo. Would be more like Hagfish Slime. 9. 0 here. 3.5. Right? 0.9. That's right for a zombie. This needs to be a 12. Undead do not make morale checks. Or, well, they do, they just always pass. Wraith? No. Was that right? $12. Yeah, I was like, where did I get that 6 from? Vampires. 11. Yeah. Okay, so the boomer 1307. 1.5. Oh, motherfucker. Guess what we just got done? All the threat level calculations. Holy shit, that took so long. Okay. Yeah, I need to actually sit down and play Left 4 Dead. Oh, Psychic. We gotta get rid of Psychic. That's right. Crawling Wall, too. We need this as... as leather. This plate, yep, as... Left 4 Dead 2 stream? Wait, aren't they making a sequel to Left 4 Dead? Like, is that a thing? I've also got Dragon Quest 3 coming out in 2 days that I am stoked, is what I would say. Yeah. Gargoyle. Or 18 hit points. Yep. AC as chain. Really? Lone Golem chain. Yep. Get rid of Holy. Weak to Blunt. Physical from non-relics. Okay, we just need to search and find all the goddamn Holy and get rid of it. This is a Satan game. Is that it? Yes. All right. Let's find Psychic. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Okay, Enthrall, yes. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Why is that? Oh. Yes. All right. So we got rid of Psychic. We got rid of Holy. Oh, we have a well-oiled machine coming in. Did I hear about the censorship controversy? What controversy? For Left 4 Dead? Oh yeah, yeah. No, I think I know what you're talking about. One of the zombies was saying the N-word or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, if I remember that one. Getting rid of Psychic seems a bit harder than getting rid of Holy. You do like the idea, yeah. How you're gonna do emotional damage? You inflict it with a condition. Frighten it. Confuse it. Charm it. Berserk it. That's what you do. You charm it and then you break its heart. Okay. Oh my god. Oh wait, for Dragon Quest? Oh wait, what? There was a controversy around Dragon Quest? What was it? Oh, is it because the composer or something is like weird or some shit? What happened? Oh, they censored it. What? They removed gender from the protagonist? What? Wait. Wait, you can't choose whether or not you want to be a male or a female? What? Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, is that what you're talking about? Let me just make sure. Because if that is, I'll start reading into this. But if it's not, then and there's some other bullshit that went down. They make it like Animal Crossing, type A, type. Right, right. So it wasn't that they got rid of the option for you to choose. It's just that they're referring to body types as type A or type B, not like male or female. And that's what people are upset about. Are we really getting upsetty spaghetti about pronouns yet again? Yeah, wait, what? What's... It's not even censorship. What? How would that be censorship? Confusingly removes gender. It's not... Wait, that's not censorship. What? Oh, of course it's Kotaku in action saying something about it. The Femme Warrior's clothes in one piece of art and the enemy's lips? Wait, what? Alright, now I'm curious. Oh, they wait. Okay, wait. They did censor the female warrior's clothes? Wait, she's got her six-pack. Okay. What? Okay, hang on. Dragon Crest Warrior 3. Okay. What's the matter with it? Oh, wait. Did they put pants on her? The ogre? Oh my god. This is what people are pissed about? Wait. Okay, so just so you guys know, the original... Yeah, so the original warrior, like, artwork was this right here, right? Akira Toriyama drew her. She didn't have, like, shorts on. And the censorship is apparently that now she's wearing shorts underneath this thing and a sports bra underneath the warrior couplet thing, whatever the fuck we want to call that. The how old are the people that are talking about this? Wait, yeah, it's not that it's like, okay, so you guys can't see some of her ass? Wait, is this what people are mad about? They look at what they took from us. They're close to her skin tone that people just need to shut the fuck up. Well, it's also just like, guys, do you not like have genuinely any better concerns going on with your lives? If the whole thing is like they've taken away our culture, I'm like, no, that you need to find actual culture. Like, if it was like, hey, we want to give them like more practical, like this looks way more practical. Just saying, and like, what are they this mad that they can't beat off to this piece of art? What? I don't even think that it's really as much censorship. It's just kind of a like, yeah, like let's give it a little facelift here. Is it that much harder to bait? Like, is that what's going on? What? Silhouette's lame. Oh, is the same. Yeah, that's a fair point too, yeah. Oh, the shield's different. Or wait, she's using his shield now? Because, yeah, the original artwork has her with like a round shield. Yeah. Dude, it's still sick. Wait, I thought like, I would have thought the problem that they would have had was that she had abs. So wait, they also censored what? Dude, these guys are gonna bitch about everything. I'm like, oh my god, do you all ever actually play these games? Did they get rid of the lips? Is that the deal? The priests are different? Wait, what? So, like... I don't... okay, so I see... Okay, so HD 2D, they got rid of the ogre's lips that... But the ogre was green. Okay. I guess if they just decided to make that decision, then that's that. Did people bring that up as a racist depiction or something? The priests are different? Okay, so like guys, I grew up with this game. Like this was like one of my like I even talked about it the other day on stream. This is like one of my fucking favorite games of all time. Okay, I see what they changed here. Here. All right, anybody else see it? Anybody else see what they changed about the priest? Let's hear it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. They changed it. This used to be a cross, and they changed it to a trident now. Which, like, okay. No, yeah, it's actually, so the person who made this diagram, maybe they were like, maybe this is made for like, I don't know, Japanese audiences or something, but this one and this one, these are the old designs. These are the new ones right here. So they turned the crosses into tridents, right? So like, look, here's the other deal about this, okay? If they hadn't done this, people would have fucking bitched about the fact that they would have used crosses in the game. You know how we know this? Because they bitched about crosses being on Link's shield in Zelda. Because people just find culture, like, fucking political wedge issues to keep starting shit over because they don't have literally anything better going on in their lives. Okay? This is how a lot of people are making their money right now, is running these same stupid-ass grifts anytime anything comes out that took more skill to make than the people who start this bullshit are ever going to be able to manifest in their entire lives. Absolutely, like, yeah. Yeah, the Link, Link Shield Cross. I think they took that out. Yeah, so Link used to have a shield design that had a cross on it, right? And they decided over time to not keep using this design because of its like real world religion like significance and stuff like that, right? So it changed, and we heard people bitching about the fact that there was a cross on it in the first place. If you hear people bitching about the fact that they took this cross off, they would have bitched about it being there in the first place. Wire cross is still coming in old school RPGs. It was just the go-to for like, this is a religious character. Cool. We can signify that just by putting a cross on there or whatever. As for Link, I don't really know. I don't really know why Link had a cross on there. Because like, nothing about Hyrule was technically like, yeah, it's very odd. Look, like content creators that are out there, if you're scraping the bottom of the barrel and just trying to keep your audiences pissed off, like, look, that's on you. You want to keep doing that? I can't help but think about like how much better the world would be if you actually put like your skills and your talents towards like making cool shit, or like, I don't know, man, putting that effort towards good causes or just positive brain space. Yeah. The Vatican anime mascot? Is that what that Luna thing was? Anime. Is that who this is? The Lucia or whatever? Lucia, whatever this. Yeah, I saw people were like giving her like god tier powers in order to like in order to like fight anime like protagonists and stuff like that. Yeah, what's the story here? Why does she have like a raincoat? Like what happened here? This feels like it just feels like an AI generated fever dream. Pronounced Luche? What happened here? And this guy looks utterly baffled. She solos the entire DBZ cast, yeah. To appeal to the youths. Dude, this guy is confused. This guy is like, yeah, this is what they're into these days. What, like, he needs to go home. He needs warm milk and, like, Frasier on. Just remember that my aunts and mothers used to say anime was from the devil. Yeah, what? So this was like the Catholic Church unveils, like, we have an anime mascot now. And that's the whole story. They were just like, yeah, no, we need an anime mascot. Is that it? But apparently we've got an anime on our side now. That's true. Yeah. Catholics out there, you know, you got the DBZ crew backing you up now. Yeah, Goku just got baptized. You know, like, oh, man, that's funny. Yeah, I didn't really know what the hell that was about. I just remember seeing people on Twitter were like, oh, my God, we have to stand this anime. There's going to be more stuff. They're doing more shit with the anime mascot. Lucia has friends. You saw a post where someone was comparing this art to the art in chapels. Oh, God. Like, they could find little elements of, like, famous pieces from chapels in the artwork for Lucia or whatever. That's funny. Maybe it's just, like, a really, really clever character design and we're just, like, giving it shit, but, like, it's actually quite good for some reason. They actually thought it out. I can't get over the thought of that fucking 75-plus-year-old dude that's like, what's my job today? I reveal this to the world. Okay. Is that it? The lack of context is what makes it funny. It's just so out of the blue. Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, what? Like, okay. I guess that's what we're doing, huh? I don't know, man. If the world's gonna go to shit and we're going hell, like, whatever, let's just get weird with it, I guess. If this is just what's happening, like, yeah, sure, let me just see the... I would rather go out in a ball of weird than everything be mundane and just scary. Oh, did we just save? Spot for a stat block? Oh, we did. We're going to have artwork coming in for the gelatinous cube. If we need to get rid of that one on the plant, that's fine. Okay, we got that. The Kelpie is nice to have. Oh, shit. Yellow mold? Yes. Look at this, guys. We're saving pages. Wait until it's an wait until it's an anime that's racist depictions of Spanish, French, and Irish Catholics. Like, you'd be so unsurprised. Well, yeah. Maybe it's like Boondocks racist, and we're like, nah, this is actually funny. Instead of like, nah, it's genuinely unfunny racist. Oh, come on. What is this? Can we get that? Yes. Okay, cool. So now that we have the bestiary, let's update this earlier. The index. Now that we have the index updated. Oh God. Any good adventure recommendations for a 4-person party solo play purposes? That is to say, 1 guy, 4 characters in an adventure. Okay. Oh, man. So what you could do is you could pick up some of the old, is it fighting fantasy? Pick up some of these old books and roll up Vagabond characters with them. Here we go. I did this once before on stream. I didn't roll up a whole party. I just rolled up a single character because it works out pretty well. And I tried to go through a bunch of the fighting fantasy books and include stat blocks for what was in there within Vagabond. So like if you wanted to do that, you could. That's an option. One of the other ones is like if you feel fine with like, I'm going to see information that's there, but I just want to run through this adventure and kind of see what's up. You can run through some of the like older, you know, basic expert material, what the hell ever, some of the old D&D adventures. It's the thing that I would like to do is I would love to at some point be able to drop a couple zines of just solo adventures. And if I could talk with like Steve Jackson, I would love to rework a bunch of the old fighting fantasy stuff specifically for Vagabond. Because like, I mean, dude, Warlock of Firetop Mountain in Vagabond, like, it'd be pretty sweet. I'd be very happy. And I'd just be like, hey, I don't need anything from you guys, just the permission. If you guys allow me to reprint Warlock of Firetop Mountain, like a classic, a super classic, choose your own adventure using the Vagabond format, we sell it for like $5. Dude, that'd be so sick. I would fucking love to do something like that. Or just honestly, like, talking to them about, can we do this as a module? Would you guys like to take Warlock of Firetop Mountain and make it a real module? Like a D&D module that we can actually like play through, you know? God, that would be cool. Fuck, that would be cool. God damn it. I wish we could. One of your favorite things about this game is that it allows for solo co-op play. Yeah, it still requires a little bit of massaging. One of the things I would like to do is I want to talk to these guys at Obvious Mimic. And wait, this book smells good. Yeah. I don't know what it is about the smell of this book. It just smells really good. But Obvious Mimic makes a lot of solo 5e stuff. Like this is their wheelhouse. And I'm like, okay, can I talk to you guys about doing that specifically for like, let's make a co-op thing and it not be 5e coded, maybe? Or we talk about doing it like, you know? Yeah. Sorry? What? It does. They smell good. You not smell your books? Books smell good. It fucking got you. What? Did the book smells good? Dude, best smelling book I currently own is the Eat the Reich book. Yeah, it still smells like cherry, like car freshener. I don't know what the fuck they did to it. But it smells, yeah, like cherry car freshener. Like whenever you go to get to the car wash, that like cherry car freshener smell that you like spritz your car with. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's pleasant. And he choked on your water? Okay, so we got this. Save that. Let's get in here. I wanted to look and make sure that our spreads and everything were still in order. Yes, cool. We're gonna have to update all of this here in a minute. Cross references. Mudo 2525. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna have to update all this. It's funny to imagine a professional book review including smell as a rubric. They should. We still have heavy over here? No. Okay. Okay, I need to think about something. Because I thought about this earlier, and I think it's time to consider actually doing this. Yeah, we only have a page up here and a page over here. What if... Would it be possible to delete this? Because if we can save on the page space, awesome. And then delete this. Ethan Reich has just done so well artistically. He never even run through. He never even thought to spell it. Gonna do it now. I mean, you know, it might be a little bit of time has passed, but I knew whenever I got it out of the box, it just I didn't even like. There's some books. Okay, it's gonna make me sound like a fucking freak. Okay, some books, yes, I will. If I'm like, if I get it from Exalted Funeral, usually I'll smell it because there's that first like, oh yeah, wow, like it has a. Something about their printer. It's like they have a really particular smell to their books. And I'm like, what is that? That is so interesting. Weirdest smelling books, and I'm not saying this to dog on the company or anything like that. Weirdest smelling books are the Pathfinder books. They smell like, I don't know why, but it makes me think of like 3rd grade science class. And it just, it's a certain, it's not stinky. It's just, it's a smell that is like, it's hard to pin down, man. I'm trying to think of like, man, my best smelling books. The Eat the Reich one, it's crazy what it actually does smell good. What is like Shadowdark? Shadowdark just smells like paper. It's just, yeah. If I get one from Lightning Source, yeah, the Vagabond books don't have a smell either. Oh god. Is this an original one? Wow, luckily it doesn't actually have old smell. Yeah, this is one of the original Dungeon Master guides. Like chemically clean? Kind of. Yeah, 5e books smell like glue. It's just that, but like a lot of books have a glue smell. The 5e books just smell like Elmer's glue. That's a Lightning Source one. Okay, the original Rules Cyclopedia. Yeah, it just smells like old book. Not bad, though. God, I can't believe I got a copy of this. Oh, Mary Mushman's books. These do have a smell. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely an interesting smell, almost sweet. Yeah, that's what I mean. Eat the Right books actually smell like cherry car freshener. It's crazy. It's weird. I don't know why. And people are leaving now because I'm talking about smelling books. But yeah. The Mary Mushman books smell good. There's a small typo in the basic mummy curse. There's a basic typo. Or wait, that might have been a pretty old one. I'll go take a look. Yeah, cowards. Okay, so whenever someone says there's a small typo in the basic mummy curse, cursed touch, 3, and pass an endure save or be cursed, can't regain hit points or remove fatigue, and it loses 3. Oh. Oh. Wow. Damn. Damn, that was a good catch. Holy shit. That probably would have made it to print. Oh my god. Thank you, Yelpty747. Okay. All right. So I haven't shown these off. I'm going to export this here in a bit and be working on this a bit more probably tomorrow. In terms of fleshing this list out, but just so you guys can see what happened here. Okay, let's start over here. We have Clairaudience Potion. What was the typo? Oh, I was literally missing the lowercase d in the dice indicator. It just said 3 parentheses 6 parentheses, and it needed 3 parentheses d parentheses d6 parentheses. Yeah, we get an update here very soon, very very soon. I'm waiting on a couple different things, including new art. I'm actually looking to see right now if I got an update. Let me take a look. Okay. So what we have, Potion of Clairaudience. For 1 hour, the consumer can hear what another being of their choice hears if they are within far. They can change the choice, and lead obstructs this sense. Okay. Clairvoyance. For 1 hour, the consumer can see what another being of their choice sees if they're within far. They can change the choice. Lead obstructs this sense. These are just utility things. Here's where this is going to get a little bit wild, and this is... I think this is part of a thing of like with basics, or with basic D&D, it's like, kind of let this go out there. I think this is one of the things that's going to make alchemists start to look kind of fucking scary. Control potions. The consumer gains the ability to control a type of being they can see for 1 hour, which requires their focus. The type of being is determined by the name of the potion. Once a being is chosen, the consumer must make a will save. On a pass, the being is charmed and under the control for the duration. A being controlled this way will not obey commands that clearly cause harm to itself. After this time, the being becomes hostile. So with this, the one that they've had, and I was like looking through it, trying to think like, God damn, really? Is this like, we do this as a potion? Hi. How are you? So there is originally a control dragon potion that does appear in several supplements. So like, this is a thing, right? ESP potion. For 1 hour, the consumer gains the ability to read minds with telepathy out to far. Using this sense requires focus, and it's obstructed by 1 inch of lead or more than 2 feet of stone. Wait, the back door is open. Wait, why are you in here? What's up? ESP potion. For 1 hour, the consumer gains the ability to read minds with telepathy out to far. Using this sense requires focus, and it's obstructed, yada yada yada. Diminution, the consumer becomes small during this time. Their damage dice are reduced by 1 size. Flying potion. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, Alchemist is getting a lot of shit here. Becomes small. Consumer has fly. Gaseous form potion. Invisibility. Health. Growth. One of the things about health, because of the changes that have been going on with hit dice, now the way that health is going to work, it is a d6. And as you keep getting... what is she doing? As you keep increasing it, in rank, it's going to increase the overall value and how many d6s are rolled. So d6 plus 1, 2d6 plus 2, 3d6 plus 3, right? Growth potion, giant strength, levitation, mana. Mana's gotten a nerf. Once it regains mana with one of these potions, it must regain mana, from a rest to do so again. Right? Polymorph potion. Okay. Polymorph potion. The consumer is transformed as per the polymorph spell for 1 hour. If the consumer is not aware they're drinking the potion, roll a d6 to determine their form. So, this, well, drinking the potion or does not choose a... There we go. Is it choose or chose? Choose. Yay. Okay. Choose a form, roll d6 to determine its form. Boom. Right. Cold resistance. Here you go. For 1 hour, the consumer gains the following benefits. They aren't harmed by blistering cold. They gain a +2 bonus to saves against cold-based attacks and magic. They reduce cold-based damage they take by 1 per die used for the damage. Right? Fire resistance. For 1 hour, the consumer gains the following benefits. They aren't harmed by sweltering heat. They gain a +2 bonus to saves against fire-based attacks and damage. They reduce fire damage they take by the... You see what the through line is there with that, right? On from there, speed potion, shriek paste, all this stuff. We're adding more and more of these alchemical items. And the other thing... More relics have been added, and in this update, the thing that is getting super solidified is what the function of a scroll is, what the function of a spellbook is. So, I showed off a teaser for this earlier, an enchantment scroll. An enchantment scroll can be read to grant an item the reader is touching during the reading the relic power on the scroll. Doing so causes the scroll to vaporize. This is literally barony. This is literally the way that they handle enchantment in barony. This means that, like, we can give you, if you're like, hey, I really like this +1, but it's on a sword, and I don't like using swords. I like using axes. Okay, well, instead of that, you can go and you get a scroll of enchantment, and this is the way that you are going to transfer that enchantment onto something else. That's how we're going to handle that in Vagabond now. It handles it in Barony, super cake. The way that it's all going to work, this is not cumulative, so it does not increase the rank by you reading it and then giving it, and then you're giving it like a +8 or something like that. Not the way that it works out here. Spell scrolls. Spell scroll is... Spell scroll can be read to cast the spell from it as specified. Delivery, duration, all that stuff, specifically on the spell. Specifically on the scroll. Doing so costs no mana and causes the spell to vaporize. Scroll to vaporize. Okay. Yes, there we go. Protection scrolls. Oh, come on. A protection scroll can be read to create an aura out to 10 feet from the reader for 1 hour that moves with them. Doing so causes the scroll to vaporize. Those in the aura have favor on saves forced by beings designated by the scroll's name. Protection from evil, hellspawn, and undead. Protection from good. Yada, yada, yada. Right? This is going to expand. There will be other stuff added in here, but this is the stuff I knew I needed to cover for basic expert stuff. There was... That's what Sunder is going to become. Okay, so you guys can see a lot of new shit. Let me see here. Going up here. Okay, where was it? Yes. Enchant got a change. Can these be crafted? Yes. If you want to make the magic items that you want for your character, you can do that. Sorry, I didn't want you guys to hear that fart. So, if you guys want to make a magic item, the rules are here. It can be crafted. We have the scrolls, all that stuff. This is as open-ended for you to make the kind of shit you want to make. And here's the deal. If you want to get really weird with it and be like, what happens if I put healing on a sword? Well, you can do that. But what's it gonna do? You know, like, this is kind of where I like the like weirdness of it. And whenever you're writing, like, this is an enchantment scroll of climbing. Okay, so whenever I'm holding onto this sword, I gain a climb speed. Sure, I have flying whenever I'm hanging onto this, right? Swiftness too. I get a 10-foot bonus to speed. Yeah, a healing gun, right? So the intent of this is to allow you to make the shit you want to make. Yeah, you can become Anna from Overwatch, right? You find one of Trimmers. You gain seismic sense as long as you're holding this sword or whatever, right? With this is like where I feel, yeah, X plus Y, go get crafty. Yep. This is where I'm saying, like, Vagabond's magic system. This is everything I've wanted to do in, like, fantasy TTRPGs. And I think this is the final push where I'm like, yep, I'm finally happy with where relics are sitting. This is me going like, oomph, this is, yeah. So, this is where it's at. My throat feels like it's kind of giving out right now. Don't know why. I'm not sick. So, weird. And with that, I think I am probably done for the night. 2.0 is coming. You guys can see this is all happening. I'm waiting on a couple other art pieces. And from there, I think it's just Amelia. From there, yeah, Minecraft enchantment. Yeah. I think from there, I need to find something to eat. I just realized I haven't eaten anything. And I am hungry for dinner. So with that, I am going to peace out. Now, yes, I'm going to be streaming on, when is that, the 14th? Yes. I'm going to be streaming on the 14th. Did I cover spellbooks? Spellbooks are mostly going to just be repositories of how you have the spells, and you can try to cast a spell from it. Hang on. All right, here. I'll read this for you real quick. Okay. A spellbook can always be used by the wizard who created it without issue. Otherwise, a spell in the book... I guess I'll put the mage. Yeah, sure. Otherwise, a spell in the spellbook can only be cast if the reader passes an Arcana check to do so. Afterward, roll a d4. On a roll of 1, either the Arcana check... on a roll of 1, on either the Arcana check or this d4, the spellbook dissolves. So, you have a spellbook... and if you are trying to read somebody else's spellbook, there's a chance that it just like disappears. This gives you a chance to potentially cast a spell that you don't have, but there's a 25% chance that the spell just dissipates and the whole spellbook is gone. Yeah. So it's allowing you to have more options here. You have a little bit wider breadth, but it's also the chance that like this thing just doesn't work. And it not only that, it just fucks up. But yeah. Oh yeah, and relics, they're no longer called characteristics now. I thought it was so sick to call them powers. So we're going with that. That feels very pulpy. And yeah, that felt like a huge flavor win right there. So they're not called characteristics like they are in something like D&D or properties. They're all called powers. And the way that you tap into a power is by, yeah, you can store spells. Technically, yes. Yeah, if you're the one that inscribed it, I'm looking at how to do that, but these are going to be like spell books that are like, this is the spell, and you can read this spell from this spell book. So spell books are going to be 1-slot items, similar to Yada-ta! So whenever you're trying to cast a spell in Knave, you have to have it in your like inventory. So if you wanted more spells that you can be like, hey, yeah, I want to be able to like cast this other spell, but I don't want to have to deal with this, whatever. You put it in a spell book or go buy one, and now you have a 1-slot item that is a spell that you know. There we go. More modularity, right? Now, with that, all right, I'm actually out of here this time. Everybody, have a great night. Hope you all stay safe, stay healthy. And yeah, we'll see you in the next one.